Good morning. It's so wonderful to see all of you here in the virtual space. While I wish that I was looking at you all in our own recital hall, I'm grateful for this one element of COVID that has made the world smaller and allowed us to interact with people we normally would not have an opportunity to meet. My name is Dr. Lisa Beckley Roberts, and I have the distinct honor and privilege of serving as the chair of the Department of Music here at Jackson State University. And what I like to say about our department is that we are the home of the sonic boom of the South and so much more. And the so much more is super important for what we do, right? The reason that we can be so well known all over the world is because of the fundamental scholarship and research that we put into the so much more, right? We have a rich legacy of celebrating Western classical music along with music of Africa and the diaspora here. And I can't tell you how much it moves me to know that we continue that tradition today with our Intercollegiate Opera Forum to welcome those of you who represent HBCUs and opera from all over the world. I have so much love for opera, so much love for HBCUs, and it just makes my heart happy to welcome you here this morning into this virtual space to continue to discuss how and why it is valuable, important, and invaluable for us to continue to study and perform opera on our campuses with our students who look like us. So welcome to the Intercollegiate Opera Forum. Thank you for investing this time and this work into assuring that our students now and forevermore have the opportunity to study and learn about opera. And thank you especially to Dr. Phyllis Lewis Hale and Dr. Ramon Jackson for working so hard to bring this group of great minds together. I welcome you and I thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Beckley Roberts. It's so great to have a department chair and colleague who's supportive across the disciplines and allowing us to reach out and our programs across the nation. I am Dr. Phyllis Lewis Hale, the coordinator of this event, and I'm so glad that you're here. And I would like to first of all thank the committee members who helped me to put this program together. That's Dr. Sakina Davis of Xavier University of Louisiana. We have Dr. Daryl Harris of Jackson State University, orchestral conductor here. We have Dr. Byron Johnson of Alcorn State University. And I'm so glad that Marquita Lister of, I'm getting so flustered when I speak her name. I'm so excited about Marquita of Morgan State University and has had a huge career. And also Richard Hobson of Southern University. These people have really worked hard to bring this conversation forward. I think it's very relevant. It's very important that we come together to make sure that we're advertising art and music on our campuses, that we're providing that nurturing background that actually gives them the opportunity to compete when they leave the HBCU platform. So I'm glad that Dr. Beckley Roberts have greeted you this morning and welcomed you. And I wanted to give you a little bit of background about why this concept came about just at this point. It's a perfect timing for this, I think. I am here at Jackson State University, the home of Opera South, which I was a student here, and Opera South is where I got my first taste of opera. We had a full-fledged opera company here, and we were doing great works. And of course, it's been a demise since then. The last thing we did was 2007, Die Zauberflöte, Mozart, to kind of revitalize and have a resurgence of opera on the campus, and it was successful. And now our students are looking for more. They want more opportunities. And I think together, collectively, we can be responsible for making sure we provide them with the avenue to polish their crafts and their skills and move forward. So without any further ado, that's my introduction. I can go on more, but I want these other great people to speak to you. So welcome again. Thank you for being here. And I'd like to introduce our first presenter. And I say I get tied up when I talk about Marquita Lister, because she has such a warm, sweet heart, a giving heart, and such a wealth of knowledge to share with us. So at this time, please welcome Marquita Lister, who has now become the new executive director, artistic director of Opera Ebony of New York, and she's also the opera director at Morgan State University and has had a wonderful international career. Please welcome Marquita Lister.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a great honor to be here with you all. When Phyllis talked about putting together the alliance, I just couldn't help but jump on board, because the idea of there being collaborative and collective thinking in regard to our African American students and the training. I mean, one of the things that I know is that exposure and training are everything. And if you don't have that, then you cannot move forward in any program. And the students especially can't move forward in the career that they say they want to have. So one of the things that I wanted to say is that my journey in regards to classical music, of course, began when I was a child, in the sense that my mother is a great advocate of the classical arts. She loves opera. And we would listen to the broadcast from the Metropolitan Opera every week. And I would run around the house imitating the sounds that I heard. And I was mesmerized by them, and I wondered how people made that particular sound. And then one day, of course, who was on that telecast from the Metropolitan Opera? Leontine Price. And when I heard her voice, I remember my mother saying to me, "Did you like that lady that you heard?" And I said, "Oh, Mom, I thought she was wonderful." And she said, "Oh, she's such a wonderful example of Black excellence. And she's such a wonderful example of what we can be as people. And she's been a trailblazer." And she went on and on and on and on and on. And then she put on a recording of Marian Anderson. And she said, "Do you like that lady?" And I said, "Yes." And so we just kind of had a music experience together. And then I said to my mother, "Mom, I can do that." And she said, "Of course you can, darling. You can do anything you want to do." But I don't think she had any idea the impression that that had on me, and that I was going to pursue that the rest of my life. Now, in dealing with our students, many of them don't have that experience. They don't have the experience of parents that expose them, parents that feel that it's important to be exposed, parents that want to stretch the mind in the sense that foreign language is a good thing. Foreign language is not something to be afraid of. That composers from other countries are something that we should stay away from, but something that we should embrace, as well as our own African American composers. And again, it goes through education. So as I went through my career and I would talk to young singers, I would ask them what it is that they felt was lacking for them in their education as a singer. And they would always say to me, number one, language, number two, orchestra. That's what they would always say to me, that they felt like they did not have enough language preparation and they did not have an orchestra to sing with. And the one thing that I know that we as historically Black colleges, as a general rule, we don't have orchestras. And I've been having this conversation with Phyllis and with Byron, because I don't know how we particularly fix that, because HBCUs are known for their band and choir programs. And as a general rule, that's where all the money goes, is to the band and choir programs. But the thing that's so ironic about it all is that there's such a tremendous and phenomenal legacy of extraordinary singers coming out of historically Black colleges, singing in the greatest opera houses and concert venues of the world. So I think to myself, how do we bridge the gap? And then I think we are stronger together. So we figure out how together we can make some kind of an orchestra setting. I know for myself, I'm trying to reach out to different orchestras to see if they would partner with us so that our singers have that experience. I know some of my singers who have gone on to be in major programs. What was lacking for them when they got into that program is that they just did not know the process, the rehearsal process that goes along with singing with a conductor. And I know at Morgan, we've done almost 30 operas in 20 years. And of those 30 operas, less than half of them have been done with orchestra. Most of them have been done with piano. And I'm not belittling that, because the productions were beautiful. They were beautifully sung. They achieved what we set out, and that is for them to learn how to be in an opera, how to learn a role, how to develop a character. But it's still not enough. It's still not enough. I feel for the students to be completely competitive, that they have to have that experience. I know for me, in my education, I went to New England Conservatory of Music and I went to Oklahoma City University. Well, we know that those are PWIs, and one's a conservatory. So of course I had the full orchestra experience. And it was a one step up for me when I went into my career experience, when I went to the Houston Opera Studio, when I went to the different programs that I went through during the summer, when I went to get management. I already had all that experience behind me. And I feel that our students need that as well. So I think that I would like to open this up a little bit for discussion. Is that okay with you, Phyllis?
That's absolutely fine.
Yes, because I don't want to just sit and talk at everyone. I'd really like to hear what people have to say about it and their opinions. So please join in with me.
Well, Ms. Lister, I actually had a question about how your work with Opera Ebony connects with what you're doing at Morgan State.
That's a really good question. Morgan, well, it's not necessarily in connection with Morgan State. I feel it's an extension of what it is that I'm trying to do in regard to emerging artists. When I was asked to become the artistic director of Opera Ebony, the first thing I thought is America needs to have an opera company that is run by African American people, and that its mission is to not only do works by African American composers, but also the traditional works, but to feature artists of all ethnicities, and to give our African American artists a chance to sing the major roles. Now, it can't be just all African American, because then people will say we're racist in a different way. So we can't do that. But we can be inclusive in the sense that we can do operas that are more, I think, inclusive, much more inclusive, and choose pieces that are more rainbow, because I feel that that is really, really important. And that's why I wanted to join with Opera Ebony, because it has such a wonderful legacy. It's one of the oldest African American founded opera houses in America. I just couldn't stand the idea of it just not being up and running. I just felt that it was very important. It has an important place in music history, and it needs to keep going. It needs to keep, and then when I retire, somebody else needs to pick it up and run with it. We have to keep the legacy going.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Taylor White. I'm a graduate student at Loyola. I went to undergrad at Xavier University. And my question concerning orchestras. I'm sorry, is there a lot of feedback?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the last part of your question.
Is there feedback coming from it? Is there an echo?
There's a lot of feedback.
What is happening is, I think we need to mute her
microphones so that the person who is speaking will not have the reverb going through the other mics.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, so my question was, have many of our schools looked into incorporating the instrumental students that are already there to make our orchestras? I don't know if their seasons are too busy, maybe they have competitions, maybe they have other things that are going on, but I think it would help, I guess, kill two birds with one stone. You're getting the orchestra that you need, and also those instrumental students that are already in your programs on campus are getting valuable experience, not just in doing one or two styles of music, but now they're doing large orchestral works. Now they're learning how to follow a vocalist. Now they're learning how to follow a conductor in different conducting styles with different styles of music and things of that nature. Again, it would probably take a lot to coordinate both the vocal and instrumental department season and what they've got going on. But I think that would be very beneficial for our music program as a whole, to instead of hiring an outside orchestra, teaching our in-house instrumentalists this literature as well.
I think that's absolutely beautiful what you just said. However, at Morgan, we have instrumentalists, but the instrumentalists are in the band. And the band has a full season itself. And as a general, and we don't have, I think we have 3 violins maybe. You know, we don't have any cello, we have no bass. We don't have the instrumentation needed for classical music. You know, when I did Lyrics of Sunshine and Shadows, which is an absolutely beautiful piece written by Stephen Allen, I had to hire a chamber orchestra to play it. Now, I did exactly what you suggested and ran around seeing if I could find some student players, because I thought it would be a marvelous experience for them to play this beautiful piece by a living African-American composer who was on campus, who was hands-on during the production, and I got absolutely nothing. And so I had no choice but to hire outside of the school. And it's tragic. When you think about it, it is tragic, because I feel that we should all be one department, and we should all work together to make our productions be departmental productions. It shouldn't be the band does this, the choir does this, opera workshop does this, theater does this. I mean, the whole umbrella is fine and performing arts. So if that's the whole umbrella, then let's come together and make that happen, as opposed to having a fine and performing arts performance when everybody comes together. And it's this one particular day. It should be that as a general rule. As I keep saying, we're stronger when we're together. And particularly now, when recruitment is so difficult, particularly now, this is the time when we should be showing everyone what we have to offer that is so fantastic. And I know for sure that the voices that come to and come out of historically Black colleges are extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. And there's a work ethic, because those students understand they have to work hard. They have to. I certainly tell my students, if you're going to have a professional career, you have to raise the bar. You have to raise the bar. You have to understand that you might have been a big fish in a little pond here, but when you leave, you're going to be in the ocean of singers who are as good as you are, and some of them better. And you must raise the bar. You must understand what your goal is and stick to it. But we as the educators have to provide the foundation for that. We have to do that. And the only way we can do that, particularly at Morgan, I constantly strive to try to put together productions that I think will intrigue them and keep them engaged. And luckily, with my chair, he'll give me somewhat of a budget. And sometimes the budget's bigger than other times, depending on what's going on within the school. And I do the best I can with it. But every year I try to mount something, so that they have something to look forward to and something to work. And I mean, not some easy something, but something that's going to challenge them, something that's going to stretch them. Hi, how you doing, Giovanna?
Hi, good to see you.
You.
Yeah, we go way back to
Way back.
2002, Porgy and Bess. Well, hello everybody. I'm founder and artistic director of Opera Creole, and we are heading into our 12th year of performing and unearthing lost works by composers of African descent, and rarely performed, but especially highlighting the history of 19th century New Orleans free composers of color who wrote classical music and opera, and were very instrumental in developing opera in New Orleans from 1796. I'm chiming in to say, with all of the efforts at diversity inclusion, with the Black Opera Alliance getting contracts from opera companies about diversity inclusion, I'm wondering what we could do to get the orchestral organizations within a city to dedicate an ensemble to HBCUs.
Yeah.
They may not, of course, not want to be able to give their whole orchestra for an HBCU production, but why not dedicate a wing of those artists to be specifically for education, not just to go into schools and do performances as they do now. I used to be education director for the Louisiana Philharmonic Orchestra, so I know a little bit about that edge of it. But to actually dedicate a group of musicians to come in and be a small chamber orchestra for a HBCU opera company, opera performances. I think that the climate is probably ripe for that kind of conversation right now. So that's just kind of my thoughts about it.
I think that's a wonderful idea, because I mean, I will forever say singing with a piano is not like singing with an orchestra.
Mm-mm.
And we all know that. It's just not. Singing in the recital hall is not like singing in a performing arts center. We all know.
One of the issues that I have found, I've also dedicated myself to going to universities and giving talks on composers of African descent, 500 years worth. And I taught the class at Loyola this past fall. A lot of administrators don't really understand the legacy.
Yeah.
Especially in HBCUs, and part of the problem is in high schools, they don't understand the legacy. So kids are already cut off from the idea of what it is, the expansiveness of who we are as a people in terms of music, and how our fingerprints are on every kind of music in the world. But administrators have missed their own education about our legacy. And so when they start thinking about how to allocate dollars, they think that's a white thing, and it's not a white thing, and it's a fallacy that we have to also get through.
And I also think that there are people who feel that it's just entertainment. And it's not just entertainment. It's the history of a people. And they're not looking at it that way. Opera, jazz, whatever it is, it's the history of a people. It's the collective history of a people. And it's very important that we teach our children to understand that history is important. I think there is a big disconnect there, because when I talk with my students, they don't know anything. They really don't. If they have not seen it on television, or they haven't heard it on YouTube, it is just like space to them. And I'm like, when I was coming along, and I told him, I said, I'm dating myself, but there's no computer, we had no cell phone. You had to go to the library, you had to look through the card catalog, You had to write down a little number, give it to the librarian for her to bring the book. Then you had to take your little dime and go to the copy machine and copy the music and do it all over again with the next book. And you were so happy to be able to do that, excited about it actually. And then you would go to the dictionary and the encyclopedias and all the different books to read about what you needed to know to put together your papers for your teachers. And your teachers would take a red pen and go through it and mark what was great about it and what wasn't. Okay? That's how we came along. Now, everything is Google. And because of that, there's a lot of plagiarism. They just take it and cut and paste it, and they think we're so dumb, we don't even know that's what they're doing. Right? So, I mean, there is something to all of this because it's all a part of their education, simply their education. When we bring out an opera score, regardless of the language, it is an education in history, because you need to know where all of that came from. Where was the composer? What was he thinking about? What was he going through? Who did he borrow from? What was original, et cetera, et cetera. You're talking about the librettist. You're talking about the theoretical structure. You not only have to learn your part, but everybody else's too, so that you understand thoroughly the story. You know, then you go through the other process, which is what? The acting process, the psychological process, who these people are, who do you fit into all of this? I mean, it is a marvelous education when you think about what Opera Workshop does. You know, when you're standing there going through all the characterizations, it's like peeling back an onion. It's layer after layer after layer after layer. And they just get more and more and more intrigued because they didn't even think about it. You know, we talk about prosody. What is prosody? How does that work? How does the rhythmic structure work with the words? You know, and if you think about all of that, then the foreign language doesn't seem so difficult. You know, and same thing with the English. I mean, for me, Opera Workshop is so important in so many ways. It's an incredible education in grammar, in theater, in theory, in foreign language, and in music. It's a huge experience, huge.
For me, I think the importance of productions is that it allows for a smelting pot of all musical ideas that you've learned. So too many times our students think musically in isolation. This happened even in music history yesterday when I was teaching something in that's period specific. And that student said, but you did this in vocal literature. And I said, yes, but it's also something that we cover in some of your songs that are specific to this period. Most times they leave a theory class and they think that that's where theory ends. Once they leave that door, it stays right there. When they leave diction class, they think that once they exit the door, it stays right there. When they leave music history class, everything just seems to be in its own little box until it's time to go back to that class or when you're doing the homework. But they don't seem to understand that when you're in a production, that's when you see each part of the components. That little component is now going to make everything composite. And that's what they don't get when they don't have a production. They're not able to flex their artistic muscles the right way. They're unable to draw on and apply in a practical manner all that they have learned. And that's why for me, it is so important to have these productions, because it gives them the opportunity to see how multifaceted this is, but it's all the same. We just specialize in terms of courses so that we can focus on things with specificity. But at the end of the day, the consummate artist is that everything comes together. It's a smelting pot for all of these musical ideas. And that's why it is so important.
Yes, and that you learn to work as a team. That's another important factor. Even though you have your solo moments, opera is ensemble. It is ensemble. Even as a principal artist, you still have a core group that is your ensemble. And you learn that you must know what they're talking about. You know, I think that many times when they learn their roles, they think, oh, I just need to learn my part. And then the problem with that is, what if the person doesn't come in? Are you just going to stand there? You know, you've got to keep going. And you can't keep going if you don't know what the person was supposed to be singing who missed their part. You know, I think that there is so much accountability also in opera. It's understanding that you are also accountable for the success of the production. I always tell my students, this is not my show, this is your show. And what the show turns out to be is left up to you. I give you the tools, I provide the sets, the costumes, the music. Now, what you do with it, that is left up to you. We'll work at it, we'll try to make it be as special as we possibly can, but you have to decide how important it is to you. I will only be able to work as hard as you allow me to. You have to decide what it means to you.
I agree totally.
I think that our students many times then rise to the challenge. I mean, they have really risen to the challenge, and I'm very, very proud of them.
Absolutely, I agree with you totally. I think that once we allow the students to find what their voice is, you know, this is your quality, this is your tone. Now, move in that direction to find the appropriate repertoire and roles for you. Then they gain that comfort. You know, they realize they're singing something that's really appropriate for them. Then I say, now, as far as artist development is concerned, you are also the major key to artist development. You know, I tell them, I say, you tell 10 people that you know, I need to see you at the opera. Can I count on seeing you there? I want to see your face there supporting me. Can I count on you to be there? They said, Dr. Hale, that makes people feel guilty. I said, no, it doesn't make them feel guilty. It makes them know that you are really looking for their support. So they are the ones who are going to get the audience there. Not Dr. Hale. Yes, I will promote, so forth, but they're coming to see you. They're there because you're on the stage. And some people don't understand opera. They've never attended opera, but because you're in it, they're going to be there. And then you enlighten them with something new. And they say, I thought I was going to like it, but I really like that, the students say. But I think that what you're saying is so on point, because students have to take their role and their responsibility to build the success of the program.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can I chime in?
Of course.
I definitely agree with all of that. And what I'm hearing a lot today is, again, about how a lot of people, students, administration, and community members alike, don't understand how multifaceted opera is and how many connections we can make. And so, when I was talking to some students, they were talking about how they felt like opera was very distant from them and it has nothing to do with them. So what Dr. Hale said really resonated with me, because it's like, no, you're promoting, you're going out to the community, you're interacting with people, you're learning how to network. And so there are so many skills that are learned through consistent, especially opera workshop or operatic training. But I think that the issue is that, fortunately and unfortunately, the burden has been placed on us educators to educate administration and community and students at the same time, because they see it, again, as Dr. Johnson was saying, it's all completely separate. And because of that, then students are less likely to want to invest in operatic study to even get to the door. And then administrators are not seeing what the impact is. And so I think that those strategies, we don't have a breakout room about that today, but those strategies about how do we get administration to really understand what it is that we're doing? How do we frame it in a way where we can say, this is teaching these skills?
Well, I think that the most difficult part about all of it, are you guys still there? Okay, I think the most difficult part about all of it is that most administrators are data driven. And because they're data driven, if your voice area is not growing in a certain way, then when you talk about programs like Upper Workshop, then they're thinking to themselves, well, what is that really bringing to the program? Ultimately, what does it bring to the program? What does it do in regard to recruitment? What does it do in regard to just simply bringing more voice students in? Because I've had this conversation many times with our own administrators, because, you know, post-COVID, we've all seen a drop and a change, you know, and that's the attitude of the students, you know, the drive of the students. I mean, they're slowly reacclimating to being back on campus. They're slowly getting back into being into their music and studying the way that they should. You know, and during COVID, forget it, it was a disaster. You know, we worked really hard to try to keep things doing, and I did some virtual things with Opera Workshop to try to keep it going and try to make it interesting. But you know, it was as they say in Porgy and Bess, it was a long pull to get there, but we finally did get there and make something out of it, you know. So I just think that I applaud all of us who run Opera Workshops, because it's not easy. It's not easy financially. It's not easy in the planning. You never know how many students you're going to have. It's hard to know what production to do. You don't know if they're going to be able to pull it off or not, and you keep going with it. And I just think that it's a wonderful idea of the Alliance, so that we can work collectively to try to make everyone see that Opera Workshops are really important, particularly in historically Black colleges, because otherwise, how are we going to prepare our future stars? And we do have future stars for the grand stage, so that they don't feel like they're underprepared. I remember one of our students who graduated and went to Manhattan School. He said when he got there, he felt really underprepared, because they threw him into a situation that he had not experienced at Morgan. Yes, he had done roles. Yes, he had done this, but it was the experience with the conductors outside of choir that was really, it was very shocking for him, and it took him a while to adjust. And I just don't want our students to constantly go through that when they go for their upper degrees, so that they can stand and feel competitive and comfortable and confident. And that's just where I am on that.
I can relate because I went to Talladega College and I had to prepare three roles for the Rome Festival Opera. And Talladega didn't have an orchestra. Talladega just got a band. This is long after I've left. So I understand, because when I went to Rome, as thoroughly prepared as I was vocally, it was a shell-shocking experience, especially having never done a Sitzprobe or a Vanderprobe or none of those things. And then you have the other big schools there, and they were just speaking matter of fact about this and stuff. And it was, you know, and quite frankly, they were a bit snobbish too, when they realized I'm a little one coming from, you know, quote unquote, a nondescript school. But the experience eventually turned out to be a very good one for me. But in the beginning, the first 2 weeks was overwhelming. Thank goodness I have had, from Jamaica, experience with working with an orchestra, as it relates to singing in oratorios and things of that nature. But this is a completely different ballgame when you're in an opera. It's a completely different ballgame in terms of and understanding how your parts work. Because when you learn a role, you also have to know the other person's roles too, in terms of their lines, because you have to know how it fits with what you're doing.
Right.
So I completely agree with you in terms of what your students said, as it relates to going to the next level and having to adjust in real time to this new environment. It can be very overwhelming for them.
Yes.
I think I think something that might help with that transition between, you know, singing with the piano and singing with the full orchestra is possibly in a theory class, having students study a piano reduction of an opera against a full orchestral score. And then maybe going and listening to the piano reduction and the orchestral score. So even though you're not getting the full practice of a conductor, they're getting used to listening to those changes that an arranger might make, you know, from one version of the music to another. So then when they get in a space where maybe they've only been rehearsing with a piano accompanist, but then when they get into the space of having a full orchestra, they can still, you know, they're more familiar with those expanded parts in each section of the orchestra, and it's not so much of a shell shock because they're used to hearing that difference in the music, and that might give them some form of a leg up, even if they don't get that practice with working with a conductor and a full orchestra.
Okay. Okay. I think that the thing about that is that who who would teach that? I know that at our school, I don't think that, I mean, I would have to offer a class that would do something like that.
My thought was just making it. I know when I was in undergrad, my senior year, we took a style and analysis course. So maybe a unit in that course could be on reduction versus the full orchestration instead of the entire class being on just symphonic analysis. And that would be a way to just give them some experience in it.
Oh, that's a good suggestion. That is a good suggestion. You know, I mean, there's no question about the fact that learning an opera score is, if you do it the right way, it is comprehensive, for sure.
No, hello, how's everybody doing? Thank you so much for such a stimulating conversation. And again, please let's give a round of applause to Ms. Lister for leading this conversation. We got so many wonderful ideas, and this is a great start to our forum. I think Dr. Hale had lost connection for a second, but it's now time for us to transition to Dr. Daryl Harris and his presentation on the importance of orchestras, which we're already talking about. So it's a perfect segue to Dr. Harris's presentation. So Dr. Harris, if you want to go ahead and share your screen. And again, if anyone has additional questions or comments about what Ms. Lister led in the conversation, please put them in the chat and I'll make sure that we keep that discussion going.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Daryl Harris, Director of Orchestra here at Jackson State University, and it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, I had to change my presentation because I was addressing the importance of the orchestra, especially the orchestra, the opera program, and everything that I was going to say you pretty much have said and presented already. And so I thought, if you wouldn't mind, I would just like to share a brief historical ride journey with you about the orchestra's existence, and then go back to the importance and I think I see what the problem is. I think we all see what the problem is with the orchestras being in existence. People just aren't seeing the necessity for it, and if they do see the necessity, they're not necessarily sustaining that elements to make it successful and keep it sustained. But what I would like to share with you first is that looking at conductors of African descent, just sort of a historical ride through, I guess we're all familiar with Dean Dixon, Everett Lee, Isaiah Jackson, James DePriest. James DePriest is actually Marian Anderson's nephew, maternal nephew. And there's this conductor now who's conducting at the Hollywood Bowl, Thomas Wilkins. He was recently at Omaha, Nebraska. There's a reason for me mentioning these names. I'm going to share that with you in a few moments here. Basically, to address one of the questions here, the Historical Black Colleges and Universities National Band Directors Consortium, which is going to meet on the 23rd of this month, has now incorporated into their program strings. This is going to be the first time that this is ever had happened, and for our historical Black colleges and everything. And what we're trying to do is to take care of the shortage of string players so that orchestras can now come into existence now. I was doing a study on the history of Jackson State. Jackson State was founded in 1877 as a natural seminary, as you very well know. And over the years, there was always the presence of an orchestra of some kind of way, shape, or form. And this orchestra existed primarily to be an accompanying element of the chorus or the choir. And they would go out and do the great oratorios and things as they would raise money, and they would take along with them a string quartet. And this went on from 1877 through basically, I think that we have the most continuous orchestra in existence now for HBCU. Then in 1913, there was a gentleman who had graduated from Harvard College by the name of A.B. Pauley, and he was teaching English here at the Natchez Seminary, and he decided in 1913 to found an orchestra. So the orchestra or the string ensemble that had already existed in previous to 1913 now became an actual orchestra. Then moving fast forward, there was a gentleman by the name of F.D. Hall, which by the way, our music center is named after, established a conservatory here in Jackson, Mississippi. And they were training people to be musicians. They still had an orchestra. It was always mentioned. I've seen the documentation there to prove that the orchestra has always existed for this time period. But then for some reason, because of the success of the program or something, the Mississippi State Legislature got involved and shut the program down. So funding is an issue here at the very first thing here. Then I was going back and looking at some research here. 1877, actually, we thought that we had the oldest string program or orchestral program in the state of Mississippi in existence. I found out actually Alcorn State University had a program because they were founded in 1871. So 6 years prior, and they had mention of this going on. Well, why am I saying all of this? If you look at my screen, ladies and gentlemen, someone sent this picture to me from Wisconsin not only 3 days ago. And I just thought it was very, very unique. And I know you can see it, but let me just read. I just thought this was published in the Instrumentalist magazine, which is a musical magazine that has been in existence for many, many, many years, decades actually, and is read by band directors and musicians across the country. Oh, the youngsters above represent the only group of Negro children who are receiving string class instruction in the state of Mississippi. Their teacher is Mrs. Joella Gibson, Associate Professor of Music at Jackson State College. These children began instruction last June, and now the class meets twice each week. This seems to be such a big deal. And I got to thinking about it. This is the problem right now. This is why we don't have an abundant supply of string players in our HBCUs. This is why we don't have an orchestras perhaps in our HBCUs, because there was some kind of a way that people were not being continuously taught the usage of strings, the necessity of teaching strings in the program here. And that has caused a tremendous gap. But I can report to you now today that that is changing, because as we go out and recruit, we see more and more schools, especially public schools, that are now offering string education to students. And we have now a crop of students coming up, an abundant crop of students coming up that look like me and everything, who are playing strings and playing strings rather well, who are looking now to go to the HBCUs. But again, it gets back to the funding issue. We have to, and I think that the thing that we have to do now is convince our administrators that we are at a unique time in history where we can bring our students to our campuses now and start our programs and things, orchestral programs and all, because that is what we need. And at this point, if we start doing that, starting the symphonic programs, then you will have the necessary components for the opera program, the opera orchestras, the opera ensembles to do all these great things in the musical world here, because we are making way here. So And like I said, I had to change everything. I had to change everything because you've already addressed the major points of what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. But I just want to share, but this goes down also to funding. So the first time I talked about funding was when a state legislature dismissed the program because of whatever reasons. I'm not sure what all the reasons are, but they got involved and shut a program down and caused a gap in the education of our people. Especially in the musical arts. And now we see that funding is still an issue because people do not see. And I think someone mentioned earlier that there's this perception or statement that this is always for white people and things like this. This is called elite music and stuff like this. And that's not the case at all. That's not the case at all. The other thing I would like to share with you too, from an orchestral point of view here, is that we may have to start our orchestras without the necessary or without the proper instrumentation or the complete instrumentation. We do that actually here at Jackson State. I have a shortage of cellos, and I think someone had mentioned from Oregon State, I believe, that there was a shortage of cellos in their group. I have an abundant supply of trombonists. Guess what? My trombonists are playing cello parts. They're learning to read alto clef, tenor clef, in addition to bass clef, and they're learning to play in an entirely different idiomatic way of playing the instruments and all, which makes them, by the way, much better musicians. But they now know the orchestral parts here. They also know the orchestral parts here. That is called the orchestra of elasticity. And what it means basically, there are two terms for this. The orchestra of elasticity is that you place other instruments in place of instruments that you don't have so that the program can continue. It may drive you crazy, and I'm not going to mention with one of my colleagues, it drives them nuts when they hear the trombones who are depicting now or playing the parts of the cello, playing pizzicato passages as best they can. But we still get the music accomplished, get the music done. And Lord willing, one day we will have cello players coming from this abundant supply of cellists that are beginning to crop up now across the country. That same orchestra of elasticity is also called the flex orchestra instrumentation, and music is now being written and reorchestrated to fit these gaps here. So orchestras around the country, around the world, especially in local communities who do not have the necessary instrumentation here, with these flex orchestra instrumentations that they have in existence now, they can still perform the great music of the world. And even when we have now this new abundant supply of music coming up, we can pay the rental fees for, like the music of Florence Price or Margaret Bonds or Julia Pittman and all these other great people here of color who have their music coming. We can still do their music, and we can just hope and pray that as we sustain our programs and keep our programs going, that it will go well for them. Now, I would like to open it up to questions and to further discussion, because, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're on the right track here. I just wanted to interject some of these thoughts here about the orchestra program, what we are doing here, and hopefully we're not unique in what we're doing, but we're trying to keep our program going as well as you're trying to keep your programs going. But it can be done. We may have to start small. There's nothing wrong with using chamber orchestra, small string quartets, as a matter of fact. I've done many Messiah performances. I'm a bassoonist by trade, okay, but I've done many performances of the Messiah or of the Elijah oratorio, even the Brahms Requiem. I remember one time they didn't have a bass player for the Brahms Requiem, and I ended up playing the bass part on contrabassoon with a string quartet. Now, it may be a little different because when at opening F is a little loud on the contrabassoon as opposed to the bass, but we still have to make our adjustments and everything, but it can be done. So with that said, if there are any questions or anything we'd like to discuss further, I would just like to yield it back. And
thank you, Dr. Harris. Excellent presentation about things that sometimes we don't really think about, these options that we might have. And I think here at Jackson State, you and I are on the same page about collaborating and so forth. And I think that when we're dealing with brass instruments and the voice and percussion in the voice, the doubling of those instruments against the voice sometimes will be a little minimalistically done with student voices, where they may not project as much, but it can be done. And I think that with the collaboration of opera and orchestra, they're married, when it comes to this. And one without the other is not going to give that full effect or full experience. And that's why I think the summer elements, the summer festival idea is what my goal is to see those orchestral students, the instrumental students who don't have an orchestra at the HBCU can together this summer. It's like a Brevard or an Interlochen or, something like that. And they can plan and audition and prepare to play the orchestral, operatic repertoire in the summers. As the singers can audition and have double cast and chorus and all that, bring in clinicians and all that as a summer element. That way they can prepare all year long to audition to be in the summer orchestra and the chorus or anything like that, not competing with the summer programs that already exist, the Central Cities and the Brevard, but adding to, the more they do work here, they can prepare and compete in those other programs for the summer. So I think that what you're saying and the minimalistic elements of the orchestra, bringing a smaller chamber element, that's a start. That's the way the student voices should get an open introduction to singing with the orchestra. I think perfect way to segue in.
Yes, when we did Lyrics of Sunshine and Shadows, we had a chamber orchestra and we did the production in the recital hall, and the chamber orchestra was on the stage and the singers performed in front of them. And it was a very interesting, it worked really, really well. So I understand what you're saying about the small chamber orchestra part, because it wasn't so loud that we couldn't hear the voices. And it made for a beautiful, intimate experience. However, the downside, going back to what Dr. Harris was saying, is the expense. To bring in those 8 or 10 players cost me $13,000. And that's quite a hefty amount of money when your budget is not much more than that. But for me, I wanted my students to have the orchestral experience, particularly in that piece, because the piece is so lush, it just did not translate with piano. It just had to have instrumentation. And the singers rose to a different place vocally, I noticed, once the instrumentation got there. They just turned into other people in terms of character, in terms of voice. It was thrilling to watch. It was like a bud turning into a full-blown rose. So going back to what we were saying from the beginning, there is no substitute for the instrumentation. There just isn't. I've just seen it. Now, there are some pieces that translate very well with piano. They do. We've done them all in the Night Visitors with piano and all that. And that's fine. But there are other pieces, it just does not work as well. But I really like this idea of using instruments playing other parts. That's interesting to me, because I hadn't thought about that, Dr. Harris. So that's a very interesting idea.
I have a question, Dr. Harris, because I'm initially from Jackson. Does JSU and other surrounding universities do recruitment at, say, all city or all state, symphony situations? I think that would be a great opportunity to find some of these string players and other instruments that can be harder to find. I know, for instance, my sister plays bari sax, but because there's usually only 1 or 2 bari saxophonists in a group, oftentimes they play other instruments as well. So that could also be a good way to find students who can, say, substitute in another area if you've got an instrument that you've already got plenty of, players for.
Yeah, I can answer that question. Yes, here at Jackson State, yes, we are heavily involved with recruitment, and we are looking to the festival programs. We're looking to the all-state programs, and we are visiting our schools throughout. We have a very active program going out to the streams and recruiting them to come to Jackson State. But it's just not Jackson State only. We have a lot of competition arising right now, which is good. I know that's not the good thing to hear, but other schools like, if it's okay if I mention a few schools, like Tennessee State has a very active recruiting program. Howard University is doing the same thing. And even the school in Arkansas, Pine Bluff, they have chamber players as well. So we are getting involved, and I'm seeing this now, which is good. So we're recognizing that there are students that are willing to come and wanting to come to the HBCUs, and hopefully over the next few years we can incorporate enough of the qualified students, students of talent that can come in and fill these gaps that we have as we build our program. But recruitment is active, and we are looking everywhere. We're not just looking in the schools in the urban areas or what have you, looking to everybody. Everybody's qualified to come to school here. And that's what our schools were established for, to bring everyone here to learn and to grow. So we're, wherever there's someone who's qualified, talented, and plays an instrument, we are definitely willing to go there and recruit them, because this is about building our ensemble and giving our students an education. So yes, ma'am, we are definitely actively involved with recruitment.
One of the things that I think affects some of us, I know, I think Dr. Garlot is here. And so she and I are in the same kind of boat as it relates to remote location, is that sometimes it's very, very difficult to recruit the students that we want for programs because of the fact that our location is not necessarily the easiest to get to. And so while we do actively recruit for both voice and instruments, as it relates not just to band, but the instrumental program, sometimes it's not the easiest thing at all, because it's difficult for us as faculty to access the university, let's say it that way. So you can imagine then the difficulty that students have as well. And that is something that is really, really peculiar, a peculiar issue to schools like Alcorn State and Mississippi Valley. I don't know if Shelley can speak more to it, but I know that that's an issue for us at Alcorn.
Well, one of the schools that you mentioned, Mississippi Valley, if you don't mind me sharing this, when 50 years ago when I was I dated myself, was a high school student, Mississippi Valley State had an orchestra program, and they recruited a majority of their students from Tuscaloosa and Shreveport. So I'm thinking that, and I hope I don't come across being a little arrogant here, but I think that if we want to recruit, we should also look into the smaller schools, the rural areas, places where people don't go to recruit. A lot of times that we're looking at the bigger schools because there are more students to recruit from. And what we're doing, we may be overlooking that one or two students in a smaller area that would be more than willing to come to our schools. And if we term as remote locations and things like this, I think that we just have to recruit everybody and not overlook anyone, if that makes sense. I think that would be something we should consider. And also, we may want to consider going to Africa to recruit students from Africa to come across the way here to be a part of our programs. Like in Africa alone, in Ghana, there is an orchestra, a youth orchestra, and a professional orchestra of students who are willing, who need to come and become even better at their craft and everything. That's one place. In the Congos, there's an orchestra that's been in existence, placed there by German missionaries over the last almost 35, 40 years now. They've been on CBS a number of times talking about their successes and everything. They do, by the way, that orchestra in the Congos, they do Carmina Burana, they do the Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, and I think I heard the Elijah as well. I mean, all the great oratorials and choral works in addition to, I think, a Mahler symphony, which I thought was really cool. The other places I'm considering thinking about is in the West Indies, for instance. Go and bring students there from the West Indies here, and then go South America. At one school I had gone to here, PWI, their program is based on, their success of their program is based on the fact that they recruit the majority, and that was 87% of the students. 87% of the students I counted from South America who make up their string section, as well as other things here. We can do the same thing. We just have to go, I think, beyond our boundaries and bring students here. I think
Well, I can speak to that. I can speak to that. You hit the nail on the head, because I recruit from the Caribbean as well. I'm from the Caribbean. If you realize that my accent is
really, Southern. I didn't know that.
So,
I didn't know
but I can tell you this, that the biggest issue with recruiting from places like Africa and the Caribbean and South America is that unless you have the funds to give them full scholarships, it's going to be a very, very, very difficult undertaking, because most of the students from those areas don't have the resources to meet the difference in terms of a partial scholarship that's offered. They don't have the financial resources at all to meet to shore up the difference. So unless you are able to provide full scholarships for them, then you are going to meet a challenge of being able to keep them, And even some of the PWIs are now starting to pull back. I have a friend at another school out of state who tried to recruit from Jamaica because he has seen what I have done. And he said, oh, it's tough. He can't afford the amount that he would give to one student as a full ride. He could give to 3 if there are partial scholarships. And so that's the issue. And really and truly, if we can find funding that would allow for recruitment from these areas, because the talent is very much there. And I completely agree with that. The talent is very much in the Caribbean, in South America. And Daryl, I know the school you're talking about with the 80% from South America.
87, Byron, 87.
87. Oh, yes. Oh, trust me, I know. I saw them last week. But the talent is there in South America. It's in the Caribbean. It's very much there in Africa. And other areas too. But it is really about getting funding. And clearly it's going to be outside sources that we're going to have to look at. And I agree, thinking outside the box in making sure that this can happen.
I agree, and I'm looking at what history has done in the past, and please forgive me for going way back. Back at the turn of the century, used to have here in the United States Philharmonic societies. And I noticed that, and I was reading D. Antoinette Handy's book on, maybe sure I get it, Black Women in American Bands and Orchestras. And she pointed out a couple of these societies that existed. One was in New Orleans, and they raised money to maintain and sustain several orchestras there of European classical music in New Orleans. 1833, there was a premiere of an orchestra there. I think it was the beginning of what they now call the Louisiana Philharmonic, but it used to be the New Orleans Philharmonic. But anyway, back in 1833, an orchestra existed because of the societies that existed, been raising money to create funding to do this. Same thing occurred with the New York Symphony Philharmonic Society. If you know, and you notice, ladies and gentlemen, the symphony name is dropped because when they ran into financial problems, they came up with a creative way here. They looked to the Philharmonic Society, which was in Harlem. You can catch my drift. In Harlem, they raised the money and they changed the name to the New York Philharmonic. So, Byron, what you're saying, I think what everyone's understanding, if we can look to our alumni, we look to our audiences and start having our audiences to understand the necessity of maintaining and sustaining an orchestra program so that even our opera workshops and our opera programs can flourish. We're going way outside the box, but I only mention these people and these organizations here so that we can see the necessity for going outside the box, but they do exist. We just have to find a way to get them involved with our program, giving money so that we can go to these places and recruit students to come. And once we get that nucleus of students involved and everything, the rest will just hopefully come automatically. We're at a very unique part of our history right now. And I think that we can really, if we can just catch that right direction, the momentum and everything, I think we can recruit and raise funds and go into those areas and bring students here to be in our programs and sustain our programs. Maybe I'm a bit optimistic, but I think we can.
I definitely agree with that. I also wanted to say, as I was listening, and again, I'm not downing recruitment because it's extremely important, but I also think this idea of creating these international connections also is important and really good for people who are interested in becoming donors or for relationships that will result in successful grant applications. So even if recruitment can't be facilitated in the beginning due to funding, then having these kind of out of the box connections with schools, and like you said, in Ghana or the Congo, may be a good, maybe a potential strategy to slowly start building that reputation and letting people know what can be possible through those partnerships. One thing I wanted to ask about was, I remember in some of our conversations earlier with the Intercollegiate, not ensemble, collective, there was some conversation between you, Dr. Harris, and Professor Ezra Hagebrooks from Clark Atlanta about not necessarily having a dedicated portion of a local orchestra to provide the HBCU orchestral accompaniment, but establishing maybe an independent HBCU orchestra that can maybe travel to different institutions depending on funding and what is needed. So can you talk a little bit more about that, or is that something you can add more detail to?
Yes, we were. Yeah, the program that we were talking about was just basically a cooperation between several HBCU colleges and universities, and using the musicians strategically to support a particular opera program for a presentation or what have you. I think that that's a great idea, and I think that has already been addressed as well. If we can get a small group of people that would independently travel to the various schools, if I understand correctly here, if we have a project, we'll say, I can get musicians from this school, I will cooperate with Alcorn, just use it as an example. I would cooperate with Alcorn University. I have an orchestra, I have musicians that make up an orchestra here. Alcorn perhaps doesn't have that. So what we do, but they have the singers, we can basically come together and make the presentations happen. If I can just go off script here a little bit, I am originally from Greenville, Mississippi, which is up in the Delta in northern Mississippi. We did not have, and we still do not have, an abundant supply of string players. When I was growing up 50 years ago there, I was fortunate to become the first member of the African-American member of the Greenville Symphony Orchestra. And I sat and I watched this. We had maybe 4 people who played the violin and one later played the viola who lived in Greenville. We imported our orchestra from Jackson, Mississippi. And this continues even through this day. Whenever they do a presentation at the Greenville Symphony, or now the Delta Symphony, they use people that they import from Jackson, Monroe, Memphis, and places like this. Now, in principle, we can do the same thing amongst our HBCUs, our schools and everything. We have the resources, we share the resources. And I think this is what Professor Hagebrooks and I were discussing here. All the way from Atlanta, we would basically find a way, we'll come together and we'll do a presentation, say the Atlanta Orchestra, the Jackson Orchestra, will do a presentation in Louisiana, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's what we were addressing. There's nothing wrong, it's being done, and we can dedicate a certain group of people to do something like this. And we can now have an orchestra for our students, performers and things here, and probably without $13,000, maybe $12,999, but not $13,000, we can still make these presentations occur now. But it's about the spirit of cooperation. And I think that's one thing we have to do, come out of our box as well, and be willing to travel, be willing to sustain, not sustain, but be willing to share your stage with other groups here. So if we do the presentation in Louisiana, bring it to Jackson. We do it in Jackson, take it to Talladega. We do it there. We go on and on. We can't do that, and I think the program will definitely start growing as a result of that. I think that's what we should do, and it could be a great idea.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harris. What an excellent, excellent presentation. Are there any more comments or is it questions for Dr. Harris before we move on to Dr. Sakina Davis? Excellent, excellent. You can also put your comments and questions, continue to put them in the chat and we can address them later. At this time, we're going to move forward with our wonderful colleague who's also been adamant about being very persistent and organized and helpful in many, many ways for the committee as we started from the day one. Dr. Sakina Davis has been so helpful and so instrumental in moving this program forward with me along with the rest of the committee members. But she has a wonderful section to share with you about how we came about the Zarzuela initiative that we all decided to take part in this year. And I'll let her take that over right now, Dr. Sakina Davis, Xavier University.
Thank you very much. Dr. Harris, can you stop sharing your screen? Did you stop sharing your screen already? Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. Again, my name is Dr. Sakina Davis. I am a proud alumna of Spelman College, so all the HBCU love. And I'm currently a professor of voice and director of the opera workshop at Xavier University. So what I'm going to be presenting on today, as I share my screen, has to do, oh, excuse me, I need to go back to the original page. Let's stop the share. Excuse me for that glitch. Okay. And I'm going to be talking about the Zarzuela initiative, which was the collective that we came up with, Dr. Hale brought together. The general idea was that we would start off with a unifying concept to really kick off the initiative and kick off the collaboration. And we settled on the genre of zarzuela. So first of all, what is zarzuela? A lot of people in the US aren't as familiar with this genre, though it is growing in popularity, most definitely in today's time. So zarzuela is a Spanish language lyrical theatrical genre. It's a tradition that is characterized by spoken dialogue instead of recitative, and the incorporation of both Western classical and popular compositional and singing styles. It originated in 17th century Spain, and due to Spanish colonization, was brought over to the New World, and it was localized. So what that means is that in Spain, when zarzuela was coming about, the popular styles included flamenco, cante jondo, and other types of genres from the Spanish countryside, in addition to Western classical music forms. When zarzuela moved over to the New World, then, especially in Cuba and Mexico, then those popular forms were localized to popular music and folk styles in Cuba and Mexico. Some people say that zarzuela is Spanish opera or Spanish light opera or operetta. It's not the exact translation, but it is an operatic form. So first of all, let's talk a bit about the background on the initiative. As I said in the beginning of the presentation, that the idea was, as we were talking about how HBCU opera programs could collaborate and support each other, we decided it was a good idea to do a unifying project to test out our collaboration and to really see what kind of resources we had available and how we use them. We got to zarzuela because some of us at different institutions already had an established interest in the genre. At Morgan State, Ms. Lister already was planning to do the zarzuela we chose, Maria La O. So that was already on her radar. She was already planning for it. At Clark Atlanta University, Professor Ezra Hagebrooks had prior performance experience and professional experience coaching and putting together zarzuela productions. And me at Xavier, zarzuela, especially Cuban zarzuela, is my area of research. So because of all of that established interest, as well as us really trying to do something as a collective, then we decided on Cuban zarzuela for a couple of reasons. First, again, like Ms. Lister was already doing Maria la O, and so that was a great segue into Cuban zarzuela. And also there's a connection to the African diaspora. In most Cuban zarzuela, the principal characters are of color, and there's a celebration, especially in the zarzuela from the 1930s to 1950s, in that golden age. There's a celebration of what was known as Afro-Cubanismo, which is this nationalistic movement that was starting to celebrate Afro-descendant cultural characteristics as a part of Cuban identity. So all of that was a good way to find an operatic form to try out together that we felt really reflected our students at HBCUs. So we decided on Maria la O, which is a zarzuela that was composed by Ernesto Lecuona, a famous Cuban composer, and premiered in 1930. So what I want to talk about, I would love to get into the story of Maria la O because it's very interesting, but for today's presentation, I want to focus on how we at these different HBCU opera programs dealt with the productions in our own ways. So first, I want to talk about ambition, reality, and results. Our initial plan, we had 6 participating institutions, and each institution was going to pick one scene or aria from the zarzuela to prepare and perform. We could perform in person or in the opera workshop, and we would all present a virtual recording of that selection to be edited as one compilation. So that was the grand idea in the beginning. Of course, as Ms. Lister was talking about in her presentation, we had to deal with the reality of a lot of different things. We had to deal with COVID, which was a huge impact on our enrollment, as well as on whether or not we could actually have in-person performances and how we rehearsed. So that really impacted the amount of institutions that could participate, because a lot of us have small enrollment, again, with varied enrollment. And so if we had students that were, to use a crass term, down for the count due to COVID, then that kind of eliminated a lot of our ensemble. So we had to deal with complications due to COVID, varied enrollment for opera workshop, as well as access to scores. Cuban zarzuela is not very readily available in the US, so there are only a couple of publishers that we could use. And for some of us, the scores came through just fine. But in some situations, like Dr. Hale, if I may, at Jackson State, some of the scores didn't come when they were supposed to. They came a lot later than were expected due to issues with printing, as well as slower delivery times, again, due to COVID. And that also limited how much the orchestra at Jackson State could be involved, because the full score for Maria la O did not arrive until much later. So due to all of those complications, what we ended up with the zarzuela initiative were 3 participating institutions. And each institution still presented at least one scene or aria per institution in the format of a virtual recording. And what we're going to talk about now are the varied levels of participation, how all 3 of these institutions use their resources to put on this production. And it really illuminates how we at HBCU upper programs use our resources. So the 3 institutions that were involved in this stage of the initiative last semester were Jackson State with Dr. Phyllis Lewis Hale, Xavier University with myself, and Morgan State with Ms. Marquita Lister. So at Jackson State, they did an opera workshop selection. So within the opera workshop class, they had a costumed, they did one selection, they costumed the students and had a semi-staged virtual performance within the classroom space. And Dr. Hale collaborated with one of the professors from the Jackson State Department of Languages as a diction consultant. So you see how that use of interdepartmental collaboration enhanced the performance. At Xavier, because again, Cuban zarzuela is part of my research, we put on both an Afro-Cuban cultural festival and a showcase. The purpose of the festival was to show students and community members what really goes into the preparation of an opera and what kinds of Afro-Cuban cultural characteristics influence the zarzuela itself. So it's really, in some ways, an ethnomusicological framework for helping potential audience members understand the zarzuela. So we used cultural consultants and artistic consultants from within Xavier's faculty and from the wider community in New Orleans, including dancers and musicians. For our showcase, we did a semi-staged in-person concert, and we did excerpts from Maria Lao and other zarzuela selections. For Morgan State University, this was the more full production, and it was ticketed. It was costumed, it was semi-staged, a shortened version of the zarzuela. My research, the Lacona zarzuela has a longer version and a shortened version, so this was a bit of the shorter one. And there were 2 performances, and Ms. Lister employed the use of Dr. Ana Mer Castrello, who is a Puerto Rican mezzo-soprano who has done the zarzuela before, and so she served as the language coach and the stage manager. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop my sharing because we're going to listen to some examples. And I want to make sure I'm sharing my sound. We're going to listen to some examples of what each institution did. So again, this is Jackson State University. They're performing a choral selection called Los Curos del Manglar. And you'll hear some of the Afro-Cuban influence in this composition. So that was Jackson State. Now we're going to look at an excerpt from Xavier University's performance. And this is a selection called Rondo de los Enamorados, which is a little bit more lyrically romantic, less evidence of Afro-Cuban culture. And finally, we're going to look at some video clips from Morgan State's production. So first, you're going to see a clip of dialogue from the production. Again, remembering that zarzuela doesn't have recitative, but spoken dialogue. What I think is really interesting about Morgan State's production is that you'll hear that the dialogue is in both Spanish and English. So students got the opportunity and the audience got the opportunity to be exposed to both. Then we're going to see an example of the Gran Duo, which is a famous duet from the zarzuela.
The fact that you would even think of doing something like this is absolutely...
When I tell my story, I tell my mother's story too. Y la de su madre. Every time I sing, canto en el voice de mi madre. I want the world to know our story, our Cuban story.
And you think this trip is about that?
Jose, please.
I want to kill him! He can't take it away!
You must understand my love for him.
Oh! He doesn't! So why should I? No, mi cubano!
No importa dónde vaya, nunca dejaré Cuba.
But what if Cuba leaves you? Something like...
So again, that's just an illustration of what Zarzuela performance sounds like as far as a spoken dialogue. And here is the Gran Duo.
But apparently I don't.
Well, I'll stop right there. So one of the things I want to highlight about all three of these productions, though they were accomplished very differently, is that we all had small ensembles that we worked with, right? And this is a show that is a big show. It is not a small show at all. And so we used the resources of the students that we had access to, some due to COVID and some due to normal circumstances, enrollment, recruitment, all these things that we've been talking about earlier. Also, I forgot to mention, there were some subtitles with Morgan State's production. So I wanted to make sure that we saw that. But we all managed in our own different ways with whatever budgets that we had and resources we had. And Ms. Marquita, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think that both at Xavier and Morgan State, we had some access to some alumni, or Morgan State does have master's students as well. So we use undergraduate and master's level singers in our productions.
No, my production was all undergraduates.
Well, never mind. So you heard it from.
I mean, it started out with two casts.
Oh, okay.
And the first cast I had some graduate students.
Oh, okay.
But due to COVID, they were sick, and so it dwindled down to all undergraduates. So these are all babies singing this.
And first of all, that even makes it even more marvelous. Thank you for that correction. So again, we're talking about how we had these plans that were, had to deal with a lot of different adjustments, majorly because of COVID. And even with these smaller ensembles, you still get to highlight these wonderful singers that we have at our HBCU opera programs, and how our students really dove in to really work with the Spanish text. And Cuban Spanish is not super easy. And the Spanish from Maria La O is not super easy. So we're all proud of our students and how they dealt with this. Again, at Jackson State, the same issue as far as attendance and the amount of students involved was impacted by COVID, as well as the involvement of the orchestra. At Xavier, I didn't have any men. So I had to just make everything a women's ensemble. And we built the show around that. And again, I'm really proud of all of our students because we exhibited the legacy and the excellence that we have and the potential at HBCU programs. And the last slide I want to show is, again, this is part of my research, but I want to list the benefits of Cuban zarzuela specifically and it being studied at HBCUs. So first, it's exposure to repertoire that is steadily becoming more popular in the US, especially around this conversation of having more operatic compositions by composers of color, featuring stories of color. So zarzuela is becoming more popular. The accessibility of the Spanish language is very convenient because most students in the US have some interaction with Spanish either in high school or just based on where they live. Like I have a lot of students from Houston who have Spanish speaking friends and they're not fluent, but at least proficient. And so that made it easier to work on this text. Engagement with the African diaspora in an operatic idiom is always a plus for our HBCU students. A potential collaboration with university departments to get more university investment is important, as well as community partnerships like with Dr. Anamer Castrello and some of the consultants that I used. And finally, this inclusion of Western classical and popular compositional styles in Zarzuela gives us a larger pool of students to choose from, because of the fact that some of the compositions, because they're popular in style, can be performed in a more popular vocal style. It doesn't always have to be with classical technique. So we can open up our productions to talented majors or non-majors that are still working on classical technique, but are efficient in popular styles. So that is my presentation. And if you have any questions or comments, please put it in the chat or let me know. If we have time, I want to do this clip, but I want to see if you got questions first. I'm sorry. Does anybody have any questions before I move on? Okay, well, what I'd like to do to finally close the presentation is give a clip of the Morgan State production singing the end of the famous aria, Romanza de Maria de la O, from the Zarzuela. This is something you may or may not have heard, but this is the most famous tune. So again, a gorgeous instrument.
Nazarene is only 21 years old.
Beautiful. Wow. Outstanding.
21.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Xavier, Morgan State, and our students here at Jackson State University for participating in this initiative. And we hope to continue this type of work to a full-fledged production of some sort in the near future. This is what we are about. We are about making sure that our students get an opportunity to really explore the different genres, the different stylistic features of opera, whether it's from the Western European canon or the Zarzuela. We want to make sure that we are providing a training ground, a nurturing station for our students to feel comfortable when they step out of our doors at our universities.
Oh, Dr. Hill.
Yes, go ahead.
Really quickly, before I finish, I would be remiss if I don't talk about the other institutions that were involved in this initial process, though because of circumstances, they weren't able to contribute to the virtual recordings, but Alcorn State was involved with the process, Spelman College, Clark Atlanta University. Am I missing anybody else? I think those were the other three.
That's it.
Yes, and so again, we were all a part of this process. And so I just wanted to lift up those names. That's Ezra Hoggabrooks from Clark Atlanta, Hanan Davis from Clark Atlanta, and Dr. Byron Johnson from Alcorn State.
And Melisha Taylor.
And Melisha Taylor, yes, from Clark Atlanta University.
I wanted to say that this was really a great project for our students because they were hesitant at first, but then as they got into the language with the Anamir drilling the language and talking a lot about Cuba and talking a lot about Maria La O and all, they were so excited and they just, well, and as the students started dropping like flies from becoming ill, they just really, then felt like it was their responsibility to make sure that the show went on and that it would be great. So this was really a wonderful initiative for them.
And the same for our students, because we have a Latin America, African diaspora program at Xavier. And so the faculty were so excited to talk about the novel, for example, that the Zarzuela comes from, Cecilia Valdez. One professor just happened to be studying the novel in her literature class. So she came and talked about it for our students. And so just that exposure and talking about Afro-Cuban religions, like Orisha-based religion and traditions, and the Afro-Cuban community here in New Orleans. So many people were just so generous and excited to be involved, and they wanted to be involved. They were like, we're so glad we get to be involved with opera. So there's a want in the community and there's an interest, but sometimes we have to like reach out and let them know, no, we want you to come into this space. So that was a great thing for us as well.
Thank you again, and thank you for mentioning our colleagues that have been with us from the beginning. And because due to circumstances could not complete the project, but we look forward to continuing on. This is just the beginning. At this time, we'd like to invite Mr. Richard Hobson, who is an outstanding artist and colleague at Southern University. And he and I have had many conversations over the years about, how could we collaborate, come together to provide more opportunities for our students at HBCUs. We talk at NATS and so forth. And he said, Phyllis, this is the time. I'm glad that we are really putting together our thoughts in our minds and putting our strategic planning thoughts together. And let's welcome him. I hope he's on. Richard, are you back on? He had stepped away for a minute. Well, until he's back on, Hanan, welcome Hanan Davis, who was a part of our group. I see she's clicked in, and Ezra, who cannot be here today, and Melisha, I don't know if she's here, but thank you all also for participating and being on the forerunner, the foreground of this project. And we hope to reconvene with you in the near future. Are there any questions or concerns or comments anyone would like to make as we prepare to hear Richard Hobson? Any comments or thoughts?
I was just thinking this Zarzuela program opens another door that I've been trying to investigate more here. A lot of cities have Spanish Chamber of Commerce, the French Chamber of Commerce, bringing them into the fold in these projects where opera students can learn the economics and the other aspects of making a language part of your system, being able to travel, being able to get into other jobs or other diplomatic opportunities and things that might be there, and also making those chambers more aware of what the HBCUs are trying to do, and maybe they may contribute to the cost of, orchestra, or the cost of costumes, or the cost of, something that may be helpful to you all. So, so I was just thinking about, and it would just be a great discussion for the students to learn, what does the Spanish Chamber of Commerce do, and how does this language impact them,
Absolutely. That's a wonderful, wonderful concept and thought. Thank you for bringing that out. Any more comments or concerns at this time before we have Richard Hobson? I see he's logged in. And we were a little early anyway, but he doesn't present to 10:45 anyway, but I had a little free time there. Thank you again for all of your comments, and please continue to put comments in the chat. We can always address them later, questions in the chat as a presenter is speaking. If something pops in your mind, just go ahead and put it in the chat and we can address it later. But at this time, Richard, are you there?
I'm here. I am.
Let's welcome Mr. Richard Hobson of Southern University and Metropolitan Opera, artist for many, many years. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to speak with us today, and you have the floor. Thank you, Richard.
Well, thank you, Phyllis, so much. I first of all want to say how much I admire what you're doing, what you're trying to do, because I am a Mississippian. I don't know, are you from Mississippi?
Yes, Jackson.
Okay. You're from there? Okay, so then we're both gloriously Mississippians. And I think that this is something that is long overdue. As you and I both know, Opera Southern or Opera South existed years ago when I was a child. And let me tell you a little bit about myself for those of you who don't know me. I was born and raised in Mississippi. I was born in Belzoni, Mississippi. A lot of you may know where that is. It's the heart of the Delta. And my choir teacher, my music teacher, was a lady named Bobby Jean Lawrence. Anybody heard of that name? Great musician. She was a graduate of Tougaloo College, and she was just a very thoroughly educated and dedicated musician, unlike many that I've seen, particularly on the high school level. Just to give you an idea of some of the things that we did in a town of 2,000, a very small town, which is known for, let me just say it being the catfish capital of the world. You know that. And they have a blues festival. The blues festival is something that started since I left. By the way, I left Mississippi before integration was there. So I didn't really get to go through that, but my classmates did. So I missed all of that turmoil. But in a town of 2,000 people, we had a choir. And I'm just going to name you some of the things that we did. We did the Lacrimosa from the Mozart Requiem. We did the Hallelujah from the Mount of Olives by Beethoven, Haydn Creation, The Heavens Are Telling. We did the Rossini Inflammatus, and we did the Brahms from the Requiem, How Lovely Is Thy Dwelling Place. Now, of course, we did all this in English. But it was just an amazing experience. And music class in Mississippi at that time in Belzoni was a class where you went if you didn't want to do anything. It was like a recess and a play class. I, on the other hand, absorbed absolutely everything that the woman taught. And I think I was the only person in the class who did. That's why I've learned that whenever you're teaching a class, you never know who's absorbing and or listening to what you're saying. So you have to be on point. But I learned all of my key signatures, my time signatures, all that stuff. I was about 13 years old, and I came out, and it has served me well to this very day. So she loved classical music. And I remember the first time I heard an operatic voice, she used to go out into the churches and she would look for singers. And she
Mr. Hobson, 1 second, sir. I don't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to thank the chair of the finance department at Oakland State, Dr. Sean Daniels, for being here. He has to go to attend classes, but thanks, Dr. Daniels, for coming on. It means a lot that you have rendered support towards this initiative, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Hobson, back to you.
You're welcome.
Just to continue my little spiel, she would go out into the churches on Sundays and look for voices. And I remember one Monday she came back and there was this girl, I'll never forget, her name was Brenda, and she was singing the Schubert Ave Maria. And I had never heard something so beautiful in all of my life. Didn't know what it was, didn't know who wrote it. It didn't matter. All I knew was that it was something that I was attracted to. And she actually attended performances of Opera South after I graduated from high school and went away. So she was a supporter of classical music, and therefore I think, you know, this is very appropriate that this should take place in Mississippi. I realize that the other states are involved, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, whatever the state may be, but I'm just glad that that you're doing this, Phyllis. And she would be proud, and I know I'm proud as a Mississippian to be a part of it. So let me further say that at Southern University, I'm an affiliate artist and the director of opera. I still try to perform. I perform with Javona whenever I can in her opera Creole. As a matter of fact, I'm in New York now rehearsing one of the most difficult operas I've ever learned in my life, and I'm threatening to kill the person who offered it to me because I had no idea what I was getting myself into. But it's Alberich in Das Rheingold, and I think they should rename that opera Alberich because it is the longest, most treacherous role. I mean, Albert is a very nasty person, and it's very difficult to learn. But you know, I enjoy the challenge, so I'm not going to complain. It's just want to let you know that I still try to perform. I respect it. We have a company at Southern University that I've started, sort of patterned after Opera South, called Opera Southern. So you'll keep hearing me sort of mispronounce it to get them confused. Opera South, Opera Southern, and we are presently doing Rigoletto, and we're using students, we're using a couple of professionals, and of course, as I was hearing you talk about, the orchestra is always the problem, and we're having to import players that we pay from the various symphonies like the Baton Rouge Symphony and people from LSU. But we're going to do a rather watered down orchestra, so I think that'll be fine. But I think it's a brilliant idea because I've always thought that we should have our own opera company, a major opera company that was African American. I mean, we've had the Alvin Ailey dancers, we've had, we've had smaller opera companies here and there that pop up, but none that have been able to exist and to sort of hold their own. So I think this would be a great example of how we can move from Opera Southern, or from the project that you're trying to do, Phyllis, to a full-fledged opera company. And someone said to me once, well, what about Porgy and Bess? And I said, well, Porgy and Bess, of course, as you all know, is not a Black opera. It's written by an American Jew. And as one person said, I think some people think we should stop doing Porgy and Bess. And no, the day that we can get the Metropolitan Opera, the New York City Opera, or whichever opera company to hire a Black Eugene Onegin or a Black Mimi on a regular basis, then we will no longer need Porgy and Bess, because we will be accepted into the general genre of opera, which is still yet to come. So I'm very proud of the fact that you're doing this. I've had students in the summer to go to Italy and to Vienna to do programs like what you're trying to do. But how wonderful it would be to have them to be able to stay at home and get the same training that they had to go to Vienna and in places in Italy to get. And LSU has a program similar to what you're trying to do, but it's based on art songs. And they've been able to bring in wonderful coaches, wonderful artists to teach classes on Spanish art songs, German art song, French art song, American art song, and they've had a very, very good turnout, a very good response. So I think this is a wonderful idea, 100% behind you. And people say, well, why Mississippi? Well, Mississippi, excellence knows no demography, all right? The place that it takes place is not important. So I think Mississippi is a great place. We have a history already for it. A lot of people still talk about Opera Southern, Opera South. I know a lot of people. Wayne Sanders, who was over Opera
Ebony. Opera Ebony.
Right. I was going to say Opera Noir. Opera Ebony still talks about it because he remembers it. And I mean, it was a very viable and wonderful idea. And I think to get the students from several Black universities, I think that's an unbeatable idea. It should be easily fundable because I think it's so unique. And I think the larger, like the NEA and places like that should be glad to fund this project. And I will do anything that I can to be of assistance and help. I have several students who I know who are already chomping at the bits to be a part of it. Detarius, Detarius, one of my students. He's a fabulous singer. And we've talked about it, and he's just waiting. He loves you, Phyllis, and he loves the whole idea. So, yeah.
Thank you, Richard. I really appreciate you taking time out to share your thoughts and to just, as far as I'm concerned, it's about the students getting the opportunities. Whether it's going to be an opera company forming full or not, maybe not, but maybe a summer festival to where it starts off where students can have something to audition for and do it in the summertime to prepare for auditions, prepare for major opera company auditions, get a training ground. Like Opera South was a training ground back in the day for a lot of people who were not getting opportunities. So I think that the universities should take on that hat and make sure that we provide the training ground for them
Yes.
to go out and audition for Opera Mississippi and all these different places, because they'll have a foot in the door first, but going straight to an audition, like Marquita said, never having performed with an orchestra, never having done a full stage appearance or anything, it can be daunting.
Oh, yes.
I think that, as we collaborate and put our thoughts in mind, this is a conversation that a lot of great ideas have come forth with. And I see a good friend there, Chandler Johnston, on that from LA Opera is on. And I'm so glad he could make it. And hopefully he'll put some comments in soon and share his thoughts. And Javona Joseph, I know Opera Creole has been longstanding and been standing along for a great time. And I think that that's a great role model for a lot of us, what Opera Creole is doing and still doing, and appreciating opening up a lot of opportunities for young singers.
Yes.
Chandler, do you have anything you'd like to add in?
Hi, how are you all? It is great to be here. I'm so excited to listen and to hear what everybody has been saying. Each presenter has, presented gems and pearls of wisdom. I think that as a Black man in administration, it is important to hear, what is going on at our institutions, and to, take notes and to really soak in what we are saying and the needs that we are presenting, so that, we as opera companies can go back and, because we're always looking to give, but we don't necessarily know what resources we need to offer or how we can be of a real resource to, these institutions. And so it's just been wonderful to sit back and hear what is going on in our HBCUs, and then also, understanding the needs that, the HBCU as a wide lens view needs. And then, a few of you I have been in contact with, and I look forward to fostering the relationship even more. But yes, so thank you for having me today.
Thank you. And I also see Stacy Chontaso, who's of Opera Mississippi, who actually came to Jackson State a couple of weeks ago and auditioned some students, did a nice master class with our students. Stacy, do you have any comments you'd like to add?
Oh, my camera's off. There we go. Not a whole lot of commentary that Chandler didn't already say. I mean, I've just really appreciated hearing and listening and learning, really. And I'm really excited about continuing the conversation and finding ways that Opera Mississippi can be a leader in the work that you're doing and a collaborator. I know that's not been traditionally something that we've been able to accomplish in our history up until now. And so I'm really excited to bring that new perspective and just learn as much as I can in ways that we can collaborate and support you in what you're doing. And it's important that we all pay attention to it, because you feed our programs, and without you, we wouldn't exist, really. So it's important for us to continue that conversation. So I'm just very appreciative and willing to learn and continue the conversation. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I know I'm calling people out on the spot, but I'm glad that you're talking. And I see Pamela Jones of Opera America is on board. Pamela, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you so much for letting me join in with all of you today. This is very exciting. Opera America, I just found out last week, I've been there about 4 months, and I found out last week that we have an operating budget of $5 million annually, and an additional $1 million that we give away in grants. And we are trying to find out what the best way is, as Ms. Stacy and also Mr. Chandler just mentioned. We want to know the best way that we can help support HBCU opera initiatives. So I'm here on a fact-finding mission. Some of you I've had individual conversations with, either via Zoom or even in person. I was in Nashville last week and spoke with some people from Fisk and Tennessee State. This is something that is overdue, and the timing of George Floyd's murder and demonstrations and a renewed commitment to bringing more equity in the field, times out with my hiring at Opera America with the intention of bringing more diversity to the field and helping the HBCUs and helping other African Americans in the field at other institutions and also emerging artists. So I'm going to put my email address in the chat, and also throughout the day, I will make sure that I put the link where people can join Opera America. Opera America is inviting all HBCUs to join the organization and have their first year of dues waived. So the first 12 months of dues waived if you join Opera America before June 30th. But even if you don't, we still want to see how we can help. And I just want to thank you again for having me here today.
Thank you so much. We are, Giovanna, you have something?
Yeah, I just want to interject. Opera America has been wonderful to Opera Creole. When this pandemic happened, they reached out to us. They offered us professional membership our first year for free. I was already a member. And now I'm on their membership council. And so they have really, really gone out of their way to be great to us. And I just wanted to say that. And I know that you all are really expanding what Opera America is and can be. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you so much. And we all want to say thank you for reaching out and really listening and hearing and being on the forefront of trying to make sure some things are implemented that we do discuss and talk about. Chandler and Stacy and you are all very, we're grateful that you're here and you're listening and you can take back what we're saying and share it with your colleagues and get some more feedback from others as well. I will be taking a break here at about 11:15. And we'll come back for our breakout sessions, which will get into really, really deep conversations about, I can share the topics with you now. The breakout session topics will include artist performer development ideas. The second one is financial development fundraising ideas. And third, interdisciplinary collaborations, importance of that. And for new culturally relevant works, does content matter? Will stories that reflect culturally relevant 21st century societal issues help to increase minority audience attendance? Will that help? And does opera's elite heritage hinder its survival in Afro-diaspora communities? Those kind of conversations we're going to have in these breakout sessions. So you'll have the opportunity to choose whichever session you would like to attend. And if you want to move, you can move. I won't restrict that at all. But 15, we'll take a break. 11:45, the concurrent breakout sessions will start. And we do have representatives from the committee to be in either one of those breakout rooms, just to make sure we can keep the conversation going. They can get an idea of what your thoughts are as well. But you have an opportunity to choose which one you would like to attend, and you can switch if you like. But at the end of those breakout sessions, we'll have one designated person to be a spokesperson for your group to see what kind of ideas and bullet points you came up with that would be helpful to all of us that are participating here, and that we can share with our colleagues who could not make the forum today. We want to be able to share something with all of our colleagues who could not make it, and those of us who are here talk about, how we can come together to really implement a program or a project that our students can really benefit from and develop sustainability strategies for this project. Not that we're trying to form a brand new opera company or anything like that. We want to provide this performance opportunities for our students while they are existing in our institutions. And if something comes out of that, great. But the initial goal is to present collaborative efforts that our students who might not get a chance to go to Glimmerglass or Brevard or Central City or all these different places, we can provide something here for some of those. Not everyone can, orchestral as well as vocal students can participate. Yes, Marquita.
I have a question. So the summer program, are we trying to make it an institute?
Eventually.
Or eventually.
I would say
okay.
eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually, we would like for it to grow and develop to where it becomes an institute. That's a summer fest where people would get used to. Oh, every
Right.
summer they have this. But for the first part, we want to invite people to come audition, maybe have one or two clinicians, possibly get an NEA grant as we collaborate and work on, because I've spoken to someone at NEA, program officer, she thinks it's a great idea that what we're trying to do. And but again, it's something to help our students prepare for professional opera auditions. So when they get ready to audition for Opera Memphis, Opera Mississippi, whomever, they would have had some type of experience that can give them a leg up. When I was here, we had Opera South, so I did Hansel and Gretel down at Thalia Hall. It was City Hall the City Auditorium back then, and other small roles I had a chance to do with orchestra. So when I went to graduate school, they were very impressed that I had this experience, but I got it right here at the HBCU. So, but it's dormant now, but I'm saying collectively, we can make things happen that we can't do on our own individually. That's the whole point here. And we want everybody's voice at the table, not just a few, but if you have something to say that's helpful and forward thinking, great. If it's something that we're off track on, we can be corrected, but we want someone with energy, people who have energy about moving forward, providing opportunities that students can really gain something from, at the best of our ability. That's the goal. Okay. So this has been a great conversation. I know people will be in and out throughout the day, and that's fine, but please, if you have questions and comments, put them in the chat or email us. We can put our email addresses in the chat also. If something hits your mind after the meeting is done, a week from now, pop us an email, a note or something, and we'll be happy to keep that in the forefront of as we progress forward. Yes, Sakina.
So a couple of things. One, I wanted to just talk about the importance. We all know, but just my own personal experience. I remember being at Spelman, I was very much a choral singer. And then one summer program is what helped me to decide to pursue performance. And it was the Harrow Opera program at Georgia State. So having a space like that that's dedicated to HBCU students would be wonderful, because my first professional operatic production was Porgy and Bess. And to me, what that meant was that my first experience as a professional opera singer was surrounded by people who looked like me. And like Dr. Hale was saying, that's so important to the formation of your career and the formation of what you understand opera is and can be. And so I think that again, is vital for our students to feel accepted and to understand how they can benefit and what the possibilities are, and not feeling limited or feeling like they're not reflected from in the beginning of their education. I did also want to take some time, if it's okay, to go through some of the themes I saw in the chat. Is that all right? So the big themes I saw in the chat comments were around administration, orchestra, as career preparation, and a United Music Department or School of Music. And then community partnerships. That's what I saw quite a bit of. There was some talk, of course, about finances, which of course we have to deal with, considering funding and recruitment as well, and looking at other department strategies as far as how they recruit scholars from abroad, or what kinds of strategies they use for recruitment. But in administration, the comments had to do with how we have to prove how the investment in operatic programs is a necessity for HBCU administrators, and work on getting them to be on board with that. Working on getting musicians like Chandler Johnson to work in admin, so that we have people in all these different facets of the operatic industry, and also working to get admin to actively hire musicians was a comment I saw in the chat. Also, someone mentioned making dedicated presentations to administrators to talk about the impact of contributing arts to schools on the collegiate level and also grade school level, and how to respond to the demand, to the administrative need to crunch numbers and data. So how do we as artists respond to that demand and show that there is data that can help lift up our position as far as how we get funding and attention. With the orchestra, there was a lot of talk about repertoire choices, that require maybe smaller ensembles when you don't have access to larger ensembles, as well as, I like that term, the orchestra of elasticity. So scoring and transcribing for available instruments and not limiting yourself to having to do the score as written when you don't have access to those musicians. Someone also mentioned the idea of incorporating musical technology and programming and hooking up different keyboards to supplement some of those instrumental sounds when you don't have access to the live instrumentalists. And then within the orchestral endeavors, local partnerships with local orchestras to have an HBCU contingent, establishing a dedicated HBCU traveling orchestra or regional orchestra that multiple institutions can use, and partnering between HBCUs that are within close proximity. Also using alumni, which I think is definitely something that Clark Atlanta does actively. And then finally, with community partnerships, again, we have this wonderful opportunity with Opera America, Miss Pamela Jones, and Ms. Giovanna Joseph, I think, mentioned incorporating maybe a study abroad experience or linking a diplomatic experience with chambers of commerce for specific languages of operatic works we're looking at. So students can look at the importance of language through operatic performance. Dr. Harris talked about the possibilities within international partnerships for recruitment and establishing relationships overseas for additional institutional collaboration. And then finally, I think where we started really with Ms. Lister had to do with this idea of that we have to educate our communities. Our students have to be educated. Our communities have to be educated about the importance of opera, not just merely as entertainment, but all these other cultural significances that opera produces for African Americans. And I'm just gonna say, I feel like I hear a history of opera seminar conference or something at HBCUs in the mix. That's the echo that I'm getting. I'm just gonna throw that out there. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that everybody in general got their voices heard as far as what they put in the chat, because it was great stuff.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. And I mean, we can talk on and on about these wonderful topics. And I think that as we move forward in these breakout groups, more of this information will be, reiterated, and then maybe some concrete, ideas and strategies can be implemented that we can take away with us, that we can probably utilize and assist with our own productions next year or what have you. Again, those breakout sessions will be artist performer development. I think Marquita Lister will be the moderator in that room. Artist performer development, and then financial development fundraising, Byron Johnson will moderate that room. Interdisciplinary collaborations is Dr. Harris, and new culturally relevant works is Sakina Davis. So you can choose the room you would like to be in with the breakout sessions. But right now we're going to take a little break, and at 11:45 we will come back in for the breakout rooms. Is that great for everyone? And please come back.
Yes, so we will be using the same link to come back, yes?
Same link. Please return, because I think when we get into these in-depth conversations in smaller groups, we can really start putting some elements down that we can take back with us and possibly implement our next school year. So thanks again. Have a small break, and I'll see you back here at about 11:40. Thank you.
canzone di Doretta from the opera La Rondine by Puccini. Thank you.
From La Rondine by Giacomo Puccini, Chi il bel sogno di Doretta, sung by Leontine Price.
virtuoso il cielo tie, resa il fulgor degli angeli, prega Maria per me. Resa il fulgor degli angeli, prega Maria per me. Prega per me. Prega per me. Prega Maria
Partnereink: Győr megyei jogú város, MPF Industry Group, Hajnalhús, Mercedes Authentic Győr.
I was hangry, and that's why I started Daily Harvest. Working long hours, eating lunch at like 3.
Nel cor, e
Las Chromebooks no solo arrancan rápido, sino que siguen rápidas con el tiempo, para que puedas trabajar rápido y también terminar de trabajar rápido. Ok, ahora estamos presumiendo. Haz Switch a arrancar rápido y mantenerte rápido. Haz Switch a Chromebook.
La mulata soy yo que nací en el manglar y por eso soy flor de un aroma sin par. Chancleta nací, mi alegre chancleta al sonar, va anunciando que voy por la calle a pasar. Con la chancleta camino así y esos sonidos vienen tras mí, pues doy la fiebre y el frenesí. A ver qué quieren con mis amor, flor de Cadillac es la mejor, sí señor. La mulata soy yo que nací en el manglar y por eso soy fiel de un aroma sin par. Chancletera nací, mi alegre chancleta de sonar, anunciando que voy por la calle a pasar. La mulata soy yo que nací en el manglar y por eso soy fiel de un aroma sin par. Chancletera nací, mi alegre chancleta al sonar, va anunciando que voy por la calle a pasar. Con la chancleta camino así y esos sonidos vienen tras mí, pues doy la fiebre y el frenesí. A ver qué quieren con mis amor, flor de Cadillac es la mejor, sí señor. La mulata soy yo que nací en el manglar y por eso soy fiel de un aroma sin par. Chancletera nací, mi alegre chancleta al sonar, va diciendo que voy por la calle a pasar. Chancletera nací, mi alegre chancleta al sonar, va anunciando que voy por la calle a pasar.
A te grave cagion tutte aira, nulla studia lo sguardo, amor ti struggi per armes, et ama lo attendi, et aron la fila e tu arrivole, rotta infame, apparita e a noi fatale. In poterie, no, celebrami la possente rivola, tu vincerai, e patria che trova, e amor, tutto rivedrai e carrette imbalsamate le fresche valli dei nostri templi d'oro. I freschi valli dei nostri templi d'oro. Sposa felice a lui che amasti tanto, di purilmente veca assente, di fremersi di rapite, ma qui, e qui, angiù, le crugino.
Il momento quella sui giochi, quei luoghi, e io non so più.
Atterrati resta il popolato, tu è pronto già, ora avremo, solo a saper mi resta, qual sentieri e mi conseguirà.
Chi scoprirlo potria, chi mai?
Tu stessa. Radames, so che qui attendi. Et ama, e conduce gli egizi, intendi.
E mi concidi tu?
Quei soggetti e egizi corti, con costringenti e innocenti. C'è terrori, le stragi, le noti, a questo furore più freno non ha. Di sangue scorrono sulle cittadine denti, da negri vortici, si da adolescenti, che ogni colezze gridano. Per te la patria muore. Una larga arrivile, fra un vento e s'affaccia, trema le spalle in braccia, sul capo tuo e levo. Padre! Amarrene, ravviso, non sei mia figlia, ne paroli, tu sei la figlia.
Somebody's sharing their screen.
That was me just providing some musical accompaniment for the break.
Thank you. I saw the music out. It was when the screen changed that I realized.
Okay. I think we're waiting for Dr. Hale to join. So I'm going to go ahead and just put the music back up for the next couple of minutes since we're starting officially 11:45. Just to feel
Okay, that's fine. No, it wasn't the music that I was calling your attention to. It was that I saw that the screen changed from YouTube to your Outlook email. That's why I wasn't sure if you were aware of it.
Oh, no, thank you. I was not.
Yeah.
Great. We have people coming
Okay.
back in.
Oh, there she goes.
After our little mini break. Okay. And right at 11:45, I'll open the breakout rooms and you can select and choose which room you'd like to attend, but the committee members know which one they're going to be moderating or hosting. And we'll go from there for about 4 more minutes. 3 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. And if you're new coming in, thank you for joining us for the HBCU Intercollegiate Opera Forum, where we've had some wonderful discussions and presentations about moving forward with the 21st Century HBCU Opera programs. And we hope to have much more collaborations with our local professional companies as well as regional companies, and getting ideas and support from grant writing to other fundraising elements. We're going to move into our group sessions, breakout sessions in just a moment. And I think I will open up all the rooms. And again, you can choose which one you'd like to attend, but the committee moderators know which one they'll be hosting. And we will do that right now. We'll go ahead and open the rooms up. And you have 30 minutes, and it should automatically pop out at 30 minutes. So find one designated person to discuss what your group came up with for our later presentations.
I'm assuming we're all in the same forum, the four of us.
Which breakout room is this?
All right, this is the financial forum. We're going to talk about the issues as it relates to fundraising.
Okay.
So I am going to share my screen with you so that you can see. Give me 1 second.
I may stay here for a part of the time, and then I also want to pop into the artist development breakout room. My role at Opera
Okay.
America is actually the artist development manager. So I want to listen to a little bit of their conversation as well.
Okay. but I would appreciate you being in this one for just a hot second. As your organization is so relevant to what I would like to discuss. All right, let me see if we can share this screen. I am not seeing, surprisingly. Give me 1 second. Here you go. For whatever reason, it is not showing.
I've made you co-host now.
Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Okay, can you see?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So what I did, I just penned issues, and I'm so glad that I did this because it kept coming up as we were talking. And so the issues as it relates to fundraising at this point at most of the HBCUs are that we either have reduced budgets or we have no budgets at all. Some schools have been operating on skeletal budget in terms of funds. But in the case of like Alcorn State, there isn't a budget in place that's earmarked towards staging productions. The funds are either towards band or choir. And of course, with the band, I think it's attached to football. So that budget is separate and apart in and of itself. And then with regard to choir, we, as part of the vocal area, we get a little bit of it in terms of things that we want to do. But as it relates to trying to stage a production, there isn't a budget. And a lot of schools have that issue. And another issue that we have is that there's a perceived lack of importance or relevance to a program. Most times people can't see the relevance of staging anything that is classical or having an operatic production because the perception is that it's not our music. And sometimes when you try to press this to administration, they don't get it, that this is also necessary and a necessary part of the training. And so if they can't see the importance or the relevance of it, they're not inclined to even put money towards that part of the program. We find that band and choir are seen as important and necessary, but outside of that, not necessarily anything else. And of course, it ties in with what I said about lack of support from administration. And they don't see the relevance of the university in terms of having productions. They don't see that as something that's necessary to the university community or even to the community that the university serves outside of, in terms of towns and neighboring environments. And then another thing that has been happening too is that with the AIR's funding being reduced, a lot of HBCUs and land-grant institutions that have relied heavily on some of the AIR's funding, now that it's being pulled back by the legislature, it just means then that they're now pulling from other areas to shore up the deficit that's being caused by this. And one of the first programs that gets slashed anytime there is an issue with budgeting is always the arts. They always, for whatever reason, they pull from us first. So the pros that I want to propose as it relates to fundraising is that we need to let the universities know that it's a strong recruitment tool, because potential students see the performing arts as the barometer of whether a school is doing well or not. They use that, and they use football or the band. So in addition to choir, in addition to the band, in addition to football, staging productions, not just in the university, but in the community itself, and incorporating that is really good because it does promote visibility of the school and it promotes the brand. So then, as it relates to areas that we could access in terms of funding, there are grants. We have the National Endowment for Humanities, and we also have the National Endowment for the Arts, and both of them function in different ways. if it's a humanities grant, we have to ensure that the production has a humanities-based concept so that it is in keeping with the purpose or function of the grant. The anything from NEA, it's tweaked a little bit differently. And so it is, the hurdle is going to be finding ways to ensure that we comply with the requirements of each grant if we should use those as possible sources for funds. I've also included the Ford Foundation because they do help the arts as well. I included University Foundation because most universities, there's a foundation and sometimes there are funds in there, albeit not necessarily a lot that is earmarked towards performances or staging productions, but at this point, any avenue that we can access, we should access. And I included the Mississippi Arts Council, and I only included that because I'm in the state of Mississippi, but by extension, any state arts council. So if you're in Louisiana, there must be one for Louisiana, as there would be one for Tennessee or Maryland. But because I'm in Mississippi, I just use that as an example. And of course, as I found out today, Opera America. And for sure, Ms. Jones, I will be writing you to find out further with regard to assistance. And yes, I am going to join and then press my chair that 12 months from now, we need to have a plan in place to have the subscription renewed.
Great.
So I'm not even going to seek his approval. I'm just jumping in and doing it, then seek it later. As it relates to economic impact, how can these things assist us? Well, to begin with, when we foster partnerships with other companies, say regional opera companies, there is going to be some kind of economic impact from that partnership as it relates to procurement of costumes, as it relates to people getting jobs, as it relates to things that can be what we call spin-off from that collaboration. And so there is going to be something, somewhere, somehow, there's always going to be an economic impact. When we think of fostering partnerships with state and regional universities, it's the same thing too. There's always, as it comes to this, the money cycle, when monies go out towards projects, other satellite endeavors benefit from that. As it relates to generating funds for ticket sales, that's a direct impact to the organization, to the university, or in this case, to the opera collective, because those funds can also be used to offset expenses or could be earmarked towards future productions. And then I was thinking of gaining sponsorship with local businesses. And that's something that I am thinking about as it relates to my alma mater, the University of Southern Mississippi, because they have in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, where that university is located, a partnership for the arts. And that organization lends directly their support to anything arts related, not just in music, but also in theater and dance. And so I see firsthand how the school has benefited from that kind of financial support. And a lot of schools don't seem to enjoy that. I know we don't enjoy that at Alcorn. We are in a remote area of Southwestern Mississippi, which is highly impoverished, very rural. And so as it relates to state dollars or dollars in general, that's not something that comes our way. But I do think that there are still enough businesses around, and it is just for us to show the direct benefit of having their involvement in the arts, because by extension, it would benefit the community. We have to find a way to show the symbiotic relationship. And then of course, promoting intra-curriculum partnerships with other departments. As Dr. Davis said, I think it is Xavier, with regard to the staging of the Zarzuela, they used a language person to assist with diction, which means then that you're utilizing resources in a very meaningful way because they're not having to seek outside funding to bring somebody in to do that. And so having these collaborations can assist a program in terms of utilizing resources that's already in existence, or in this case, with regard to Auckland, where we don't have some language persons in terms of Italian, German, or French, possibly this could be a way of trying to segue into showing that there is a need to have these persons on board as well. So these are just things I'm just throwing out there. And so I'm going to open the floor up to discuss how best can we utilize what we have or seeing what we don't have to gaining financial support and access. And so I'm opening up the floor to everybody.
I'm really excited about this outline, and it's great that you mentioned Hattiesburg. My mother was born in Hattiesburg, and I have attended a family reunion in the Hattiesburg and Taylorsville, Mississippi area. So I'm familiar with that area. It's a lovely part of the country. Under grants, someone mentioned to me recently that City Foundation and Chase Bank Foundation have initiatives for African-American partnerships, and that those, I haven't had a chance to research those deeply, but those might be a couple to add to that list.
Okay. Have initiatives you said for African-American projects?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of them are mentorship, some of them are tech-based, but some of them, if we dig deep enough, some of them might end up being, the definition might be broad enough so that it includes the arts.
Okay, I'm going to include that on this thing here. I need to let you know too, I'm also a member of Sphinx organization. I'm now part of their lead fellowship. So that's leading through excellence and diversity in the arts. It's a 2-year program. And so now I'm going through the internship process.
Excellent.
And we are going to meet for the first time in person in April. And so at that meeting, we're going to New Jersey to meet at the New World Symphony. When I am there, I hope to have a discussion with Aaron Dworkin, who is the head of the organization, as it relates to garnering assistance in this endeavor, because of course that's the purpose of Sphinx, to promote and ensure that there is a level playing field, and also to ensure that burgeoning groups like what we're doing are able to start and stay afloat.
Excellent.
So that's one of the things that I plan to do. But thank you with regard to the City Foundation and Chase Bank. I'm going to include this because if they do have grants earmarked for helping African Americans, then I think that what we are trying to do would fall under their radar. It's just a matter of tweaking and fine-tuning it so that it aligns perfectly with their philosophy.
Right. Every grant proposal has to be tweaked so that the wording is correct with their application requirements, or they'll not find it eligible. That's true. That's correct. Yeah.
I wanted to pick your brain, if I can, as it relates to how can we market this in such a way that companies come on board? Because I know that initially, a lot of times companies are skeptical when something is brand new, but once it comes off the ground and they see that there is a need, or they see that other people are coming on, the momentum starts, and then all of a sudden they now show an interest in this. But how do we get buy-in from organizations so that right off the bat, we can start, hit the ground running in a very, very meaningful way?
And by companies, you're talking about commercial companies and technical companies and industry. You're not specifically talking about performing arts opera companies, right?
No, I'm thinking of companies in terms of getting financial support. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Because the other way to get support, but it may not be for this discussion, but the other way that Opera America helps members get support is by connecting them to other members. So in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking, oh, this HBCU is less than an hour from this professional opera company. Can they go to their dress rehearsals? Can they hire their coaches at a reduced rate? Can they use their facilities? Can they be sitting in on some staging rehearsals and seeing what that process is like, et cetera, et cetera. But I understand what you're saying too. And I'm not the expert with fundraising from fundraising to get funds from non-arts organizations, but I will think about that. One thing I can think of is that making sure that the company is aware of the data that's currently showing that their customers and their constituents want to do business with progressive organizations. And that needs to show on their website, and that needs to show in their mission statement. I was a guest speaker at an arts marketing webinar a few months ago, and the research that I did for that showed that a lot of people don't want to, especially younger people, don't want to do business with an organization that they perceive is not politically correct. And these days that includes having diversity and supporting diverse initiatives. Mm-hmm. And if you can make sure that the company knows that, and you can make sure that they are aware of what you will be fulfilling for them, which is a public-facing support of diverse initiatives in their communities, that's going to help. Eventually, it's going to help their bottom line. It's certainly going to help with their website how many clicks and how many click-throughs, and with new business and younger business, which is, as we know, we always want to get that younger business because it's going to be with us for decades to come. So those are just some thoughts off the top.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. I noticed, Phyllis, you have your hand raised. Thanks for coming in.
That was actually an error, but I was pushing something. But I love the idea that you spoke about, the collaborations or company sponsorships and so forth. I was wondering about if you know the connection between Nashville Opera and Tennessee State University. Is it Tennessee State or University? Tennessee State University. They have been, was it 2015 or so? They've been had an NEA grant to adopt them and help them. Do you know much about that, Pamela?
I do. I spoke with Patrick Daly not this past weekend, but about 10 days ago, 12 days ago, when I was in Nashville, had a conversation, my second conversation with him. This time it was in person. And I also spoke with Gwen Brown from Fisk University about the big fellowship, the Big Blue Fellowship. So they had two grants. One was NEA, which I believe started earlier, as you mentioned, a masterclass series that Patrick Daly designed. And then they also gained an Opera America Civic Practice Grant. So from fall of 2020 to spring of 2021, they also had, a data firm collecting data. So they did an intake survey and then an outtake survey, and were able to measure from the students' perspective, Nashville Opera staff's perspective, and the voice teachers' perspective at the universities, the progress of the singers after having these 6 master classes with individual coaching by the program managers, Patrick Daly and Gwen Brown. So that kind of data-driven result is something that often grantors want to see as well. And as you mentioned, Mr. Johnson, once everybody loves a winner. So once you can show the success of a program and a prototype and see how that can be expanded to other areas. So for me, I was thinking, okay, now that I know that that was successful there, can I expand that to a cluster of schools plus Atlanta Opera in Atlanta, Georgia? all those HBCUs that are right there? Can we expand that to Washington, DC/Baltimore with Washington National Opera? So that's where my mind starts to go. That's a wonderful initiative, but it's not the only kind of initiative. This summer opera initiative of 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a festival/opera camp is a fantastic idea. And I think that it would be wonderful if it were multi-leveled, because with the absence of music instruction in the public schools in the last couple of decades, and as you said, Mr. Byron, Mr. Johnson, every time there's a budget cutback, they cut back on
You
the
can
arts.
call me Baron, it's okay.
Okay, every time there's a budget cutback, these school administrators cut back on the arts, not realizing that. And we even had a study come out last week that if you want smarter kids, it's not all about computer programming, it's about music. It actually creates synapses in the brain. So if you have early education, early childhood music education and instruction helps children make connections, and it helps their brains develop in their childhood. The data is out on this, right?
Okay.
So,
so essentially, you're saying that we should make the summer program not just multi-level, but also multifaceted.
Multi-level and multifaceted, because what I'm hearing from different HBCU faculty is that their students are arriving. We heard what our friend and colleague, the baritone from Southern University, he and I are going to sing together. Richard mentioned about how prepared he was. Not everyone is getting that these days. We don't have a dedicated music student, and you're not learning key signatures in high school often. So their kids are getting to, and you can tell me more, Dr. Lewis Hale. My understanding is that kids are getting to their they're arriving at the undergraduate level, somewhat needing some remedial help.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. So musicianship level wise, you're always behind, and it's so much more expensive, because if you have to pay a coach $60 or $70 an hour to pound out notes because you don't have basic keyboard musicianship skills, or you can't count out the rhythms, or you don't know the language enough to stumble through and then help your coach, have the coach tweak things for you, not working from ground one for you, but you making the singer, empowering the singer so that they can do some beginning stages themselves. And from that, I think that the time that they come to the music summer camp should be the summer before their freshman year, and the summer between their freshman year and their senior year. And then the productions and the stagings are for the students who are coming out of their sophomore year, coming out of their junior year, if they haven't been hired by one of the summer opera programs that are, other, or in addition to, because depending on, as we said, Opera Theater St. Louis is beginning of the summer, Glimmerglass is beginning of the summer, but some of the other programs are late July into August. So you could, depending on the timing, if it's not for 2.5 months, you might be able to do 2 programs in one summer. But those are just my thoughts. But I'm going to jump off and just say hello to the artistic development people, the people in that breakout room. But I'll make sure, ask me.
You are more than welcome to come back.
Thank you. And feel free to ask me any questions in the chat. And also, I think my email address is in the chat. And I'm going to put an invitation to a free webinar that is Tuesday, March 15th, 1 o'clock Eastern time, the Changing Audition Landscape that Opera America is hosting. And we can talk about that later.
Excellent.
But it was great
Excellent.
talking with you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Excellent session. I've been popping in and out of different sessions, and very helpful information. Hello, Shelley Garlot. How are you? Are you still driving? She might be still driving, but I'm glad she could tune in.
No, I think she's going to speak. Shelley, you there?
Yes, I am here. I'm sorry. I'm actually packing and listening and prepping to be traveling. But I'm very honored to be here, and I'm trying to just be quiet and keep my ears wide open. So thank you so much for everything that everyone has shared. I'm absorbing, I'm learning. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And we hope to be able to help one another as we move through and implement some of these great ideas that we have.
I see that Raymond Jackson is also here too. Mr. Jackson, is there anything you'd like to share or suggest as it relates to the issues related to fundraising and possibly how we can find solutions?
Now, he might be in class right now. He's my technology host. But he's also music education, teaching music education classes right about now, I think. So he might have stepped away. But his computer will stay on.
Okay. Well, let me ask Shelly a question. Because Shelly, you are like me in terms of being in a very remote area and primarily an underserved area as well. The challenges financially are overwhelming. So can you tell me some of the issues that you have and possibly how best we can try to work as a group towards addressing it? Because it might be easier for us to do this in terms of collaboration as against us doing it individually.
I would like to echo the thought that a lot of the students that we receive are not educationally, musically prepared. We deal with a lot of, I would say, remedial level music skills. We do our best to address that. I think we have incorporated sort of a beginning basic music skills type class prior to any kind of a theory 1 type class so that we can get the basics going and to try and address that. Since we are in basically the middle of nowhere, for lack of a better term, most of our the vast majority of our students do struggle with having the income to go somewhere else. So we get a lot of local students, relatively speaking. The scholarship money is our primary attraction for them. The majority of our music students are going to be relying on that scholarship money in order to go to our school. So them going anywhere else would be a struggle unless they have the exceptional talent and the connections elsewhere, and then they probably go there. That's what we're finding. So I saw the 1 minute warning. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure what else to add right now.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
You can keep talking. It'll just pop us out automatically. So you keep talking.
That's the primary struggle. Like we get a small handful of students that want to be a music major but don't know how to read music, that kind of a thing. And most of our music students want to go on to teach, usually at a public school type, high school, junior high level. We don't have a lot of students who want to pursue an opera career. So I'm not sure if maybe in recruiting in a different manner might attract that, but at this time, we don't have much to offer them in terms of pursuing that career line. So that's something that, number one, I would love for them to just be able to have an opportunity to observe that as an option. I don't think they're aware that that is something that they could do to use their talent and as a career instead of conducting a choir and singing on the side. So I'm at even in a lower level. We don't have an opera program. We don't have any strings. We're doing good to have something other than just a marching band. So we're relatively small. And just to have the exposure to things, I think is going to be our next step. So just opening up options to them, letting them see what else is available and what other options that they may choose for a career, I think would be the first step for us.
Okay,
I think we're back into the main fold. Well, thanks again for that. Yeah.
Thank you. That's our baby step.
Excellent. I think everyone is back in the main room. Thank you so much for getting together and getting some wonderful thoughts. Kind of have participants in it, 3 rooms perhaps. Speak on, just open up and speak on that. And then if you want to add something, you can. So, and Sakina Davis will help me in keeping us on point with the report. So who would like to speak on the Artist for Development breakout room and what kind of conversations you had there? That's something we can take away with us. Well, Marquita, I guess it's you. You're muted. You're muted, Marquita.
Thank you. Sorry.
I
think that in our conversation, what we just understood is that our students need mentoring, our students need support, our students need to feel that they are welcome, by opera companies. And one of the things that Stacy said is that they're working on having a young artist program there, and that she's open to having students audition for it. I think that's a beautiful thing. We already know that Chandler has a program in place with LA Opera. And we know that Giovanna is always open to having students, contact her and be helpful and inspiring. And I think that is the road to success, in that our students need to know that they have a village around them, because it's more competitive than ever. That's one of the things that we talked about. More than ever, there are a lot of great singers out there. There really are. And there's not a place for everybody. So you have to be prepared and be able to put your best foot forward. And as I just said to them, people can only go as far as their weaknesses will allow. So you've got to strengthen whatever those weaknesses are.
Excellent. I would like to add to that being that we are collaborating and trying to find other avenues for our students. Am I echoing? Is my voice echoing? I could hear myself getting feedback. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Okay, I think that having workshops and having people come in and talk about promo packets and how you present yourselves, headshots, audition decorum, these types of things that we can have set up workshops, even via Zoom, for our students to take part in, and have a specialist to talk to them about preparing their promo packets, preparing for the auditions, and how to ensure headshots are representative. These types of things are also going to be helpful for our students as they prepare and embark upon hopefully a career in opera and classical music. But I think that's something that we as faculty members and educators and administrators know they've done these things, but sometimes they need someone who's fresh and out there now, who's dealing with, like Chandler Johnson said, well, this is what we're looking for. Or Stacy Truntasaw, this is what we're looking for when we see your promo packet come in. That's the first thing we're going to see before we see something written about you. And if that's not up to par, then it may be too inclined to hear you. So workshops and things like that, I think, would be helpful in artist development and things like that. Anybody else can chime in with that information as well, something to add.
I wanted to just talk about social media and all these groups that have kind of developed during the pandemic. And so one is the Black Opera Alliance, which is an organization that is dedicated to providing these kinds of spaces that are safe and welcoming for emerging Black singers and administrators within the opera industry. And so that's a group on Facebook that you can join. And so when I talked to a couple of people involved with the Alliance, they were saying, have some of your students join the Alliance and be part of our conversations. So there are a lot of young singers who are involved with the Black Opera Alliance. So that could definitely be something to that is nice to relate to for HBCU students, because they're a little bit closer as far as age. Another group is the mentorship group for young Black singers that Dr. Tiffany Jackson is over, and she brings in so many different artists, wonderful artists across demographics, as well as administrators, financial consultants, to talk to young emerging Black artists to help them prepare for careers. And so she has a group on Facebook that is, of course, private, same as Black Opera Alliance, but students can join those groups. And there's also the Black Women in Opera organization that has done a number of virtual conferences focusing on the contributions and support for Black women in opera as far as artist development, marketing, how you market yourself. And so there are a lot of different movements that have come up recently that students can easily be connected to if we have like a database or something to aid in these workshops that can help provide mentors and things like that.
Byron was asking if you could repeat the Tiffany Jackson group that she's over.
Let me go ahead and look it up really quick on the internet, and I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, awesome. Any more comments about this particular element, the artistic development of our young artists? And of course, we know real live stage experience, that's the most, that is the utmost for them to really get an opportunity to see what a real orchestral performance feels like on a main stage with costumes and dealing with how to project the voice in a way that's natural and easy, but yet has to, knowing what projection in a big hall is like. Seeing in small classrooms and things like that is never going to give them the real feel experience. So we're hoping that they are allowed to get these types of experiences via an institute such as this, and and get those types of nurturing type of things. Sometimes when you're in big programs, you don't get that independent one-on-one type of a mentorship, and that's sometimes at PWIs. I went to Cincinnati Conservatory for master's and doctoral degree, but I'm not saying that I didn't get training or teaching, but I felt like having my teacher there who looked like me, she could understand some of the things I was dealing with. I talked to her about it. We all won't have that situation. So how to handle a situation when you are the only person of color in a particular production or a situation. Experiences like that, telling students how that was for you and how you dealt with certain things. If you were approached a certain way, how did you deal with certain situations? Students ask those types of questions, and we have to be able to lend them a helpful ear on how to handle certain situations or deal with certain situations. It's going to be real life things. Should we move on to the next group? Any more on development, artist development? So we'll move on to the financial development and fundraising. I popped in every little group, and I heard some good conversations going on.
I just want to throw in at the last section of that. Creole is looking at a new facility that we hope that will be a permanent facility for us that will allow us to do more young artist and program development. And along that line, not only just singing and productions, but I want to be able to teach someone what we have done, taking an opera lost 100 years in another language, how to translate it, how to figure out what the characters are, what they do, and put something historical and lost on its feet. So I hope, as I know more, I'll be able to pass on what we're planning to do.
Okay, I think it's my group. It was on financial development. So the problems that we spoke about are problems that we have all spoken about in here, and some of it included very little budgeting, if any, or reduced budgets for that matter. Some people have been operating on a very skeletal budget frame. And of course, the biggest thing too, the perception by the game players, and in this case, I'm thinking of administration, they sometimes don't understand or see the relevance of having stage productions. They don't think it's necessary. at a Black school, sometimes they think of opera as the other art form. Therefore, why are we investing in something that, quote unquote, does not represent us? And so it's our job to show the relevance of this, and that, yes, we are a part of this too. You know, there's room at the table for everybody. And believe it or not, there are operas written by people of color. So yes, it's being written about us, for us, by us, not just the greatest hits. So it's important to bring that to their attention. But as it relates to accessing funding and how best we can do that, of course, we spoke about the grants, some of them that are out there, like the NEH, the NEA grant. You know, these are National Endowment for Humanities, National Endowment for the Arts, the Ford Foundation. I was thinking of the foundations at your respective universities, although in a lot of cases, those may not necessarily give you the type of money that you need. But in my opinion, if you tap all areas or all avenues of funding or sources of funds, it's better than excluding any. And I mentioned in Mississippi, since I'm in Mississippi, the Mississippi Arts Council, but there are other arts councils, respective states, that sometimes have funds that you can access. And of course, I quickly put Opera America after Pamela Jones's wonderful discussion. And she mentioned, she sat in my forum, and she mentions the City Foundation and the Chase Foundation, because they actually have funds towards the development of African American endeavors as it relates to music and the arts. But outside of that, there was a general discussion in terms of ensuring buy-in from all game players involved. And one of the ways of doing that is to ensure that, one, as it relates to the philosophy of this organization and the efforts that we're trying to put forward, it needs to align with the respective grants so that there is very little cause for it to be denied. Most times when we have grant applications and they're denied, it's because the wording is not correct. It's not specific in terms of the narrative that they are looking for. And so that is something that is going to take time, but has to be done. But she also mentioned too that we have to be able to connect HBCUs with other opera companies in ways that shows not just collaboration, but meaningful collaboration in starting other levels or layers of outreach. So initially, it might very well be for college kids, and having the summer program that's geared towards college kids. But then if you delve further, then you're going to realize that the areas that this group serves may have other needs that we have to address. A lot of our students in Southwestern Mississippi, or as my colleague at Mississippi Valley State mentioned, we come from underserved areas, and most of these high schools have programs that are not at the standard that they need to be. So the students that we get, unfortunately, have to be placed sometimes in remedial music programs. And therefore, it means that maybe we will have to go a layer, dig to the next layer where we have to go there first to help these schools having a program to assist in bringing these students up to par. And if organizations sees the functionality of our endeavors, that is one of the ways that they would like to align themselves with the cause, because it promotes their brand in a very good way. And once they are on board with that, then the momentum will continue to kick in. So those are some of the things that we spoke about. And she alluded to, let me just get my notes here, sorry. That as we do things of that nature, then the metrics that will be used for assessment will be the data that comes out of things of, for example, the master classes, the coaching sessions, the development, because that's what they're going to use as tangible outcomes to measure the success of such endeavors. And that's one of the ways that they will commit financially to the organization's efforts. Another thing that I mentioned, because I went to the University of Southern Mississippi, as did Dr. Harris, as did Stacey Trentasaw. So as did Shelley. Wow, Southern Miss is in the house. But one of the things that that organization has done successfully is in Hattiesburg, there is this extraordinary support from the community for the arts. There is the Hattiesburg Partner for the Arts, and they support wholeheartedly the university's endeavors as it relates to music theater, dance. And so I was there last week attending something that one of my former students was performing in with the symphony. And sure, on the program, there was a Partner for the Arts firmly emblazoned on that thing. You know, that's something that has helped the music program there in so many ways. I'm not sure if other areas have had that kind of ability to enjoy such collaboration, but for sure, that is something we have to work on in terms of getting funding, in terms of getting buy-in and support. So in my area, that is something that I'm looking at in terms of ensuring that the community sees the relevance of having the arts as a necessary vehicle for progress and development in community development, because that's the only way that we'll even get students in or continue to have programs that feed the music program at the university. And I think that is something that we all have to explore, especially in underserved communities. How best can we have the community feeling that they are a part of this, so that when we come knocking, asking for financial support, they understand that this is because they have a vested interest in the outcome. So these are some of the discussions that we had, which still borders onto garnering fundraising, but it is in a more holistic way, if you want to think of it that way, yes? There was one other thing I am looking at. I'm not sure if I had touched it. Yeah, I think I did. It was about making the summer program multi-level and multifaceted. And the rationale is that most of our students are not coming adequately prepared. So yes, I did mention that. I don't know if anybody else would like to add to the discussion. Oh, I have one more, yes. And it has to do with the benefits, like what happened with Sakina at your school, where you used the language person to assist with the coaching of the opera, which meant that you're utilizing the resources that your school have in such a way that it's not at an additional cost to the program, but also for my situation at Alcorn, I could see it in a different way, where because we don't have language instructors per se in German or in Italian or in French, that I could try to use this as a way to convincing the university to ensure that there are funds earmarked to ensuring that we do have these language instructors in place to augment the program in the music department. But the quickest segue into that is to start with the intradisciplinary collaboration. We do have Russian professors that teach Russian. And so possibly have some things starting off, you know, gosh, maybe you with Eugene Onegin, I'm not sure. But something that allows for utilization of resources and then seeing how best we can use that as a way of gaining momentum or traction into then pitching the case that, well, this is how we can have collaboration which still allows for best utilization of resources. So that's what, because we do have someone that teaches Russian, someone who teaches Chinese, and someone who teaches Arabic. But, and don't get me wrong, these are really good languages to have. But as you know, as it relates to music, the musical languages are Italian, German, French, and Spanish. We do have Spanish, of course, but so it's a way of trying to find another approach to this so that we can get further buy-in from them. I don't know if anybody would like to add to this.
I know Pamela was in there. Did you have something to add, Pamela, to that?
Mr. Johnson summarized it really well. The only thing I would say about if you do have people who speak Russian, go ahead and assign those Rachmaninoff songs and see if they also do other Slavic pieces. You could do, the Bartered Bride. If someone speaks Czech, if they speak Russian, they might speak Czech. So use them the best you can.
Also Rusalka.
Rusalka, sure.
Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much for that. And our last group will be the new culturally relevant works. And Sakina Davis was there, and she's going to kind of share what you all talked about there.
I'm actually going to hand it over to Taylor White.
Hello. So some of the things that we talked about were what is the definition basically of a culturally relevant story to have an opera. We talked about Fire Shut Up in My Bones and how that talks about mental health and how that's a topic that's not specific to Black people only, but because of our history, we have a very special and specific story relating to mental health. And because that's something that's becoming a regular part of the cultural conversation, it's something that could get more people to come in and see a show like that. We know that culturally we have a history of not being the best at talking about mental health, and putting it in an artistic form might make that easier to deal with. Also talking about how outreach, in my opinion, really has to become a necessary component of doing operatic works. We are beyond the point of just putting something on a stage and expecting people to appreciate it, especially with the stigma that comes with opera. And I think it's just smart that if you want to continue an industry, you need people to understand what it is that you're doing and why it is that you're doing it, especially since it is such an old art form. People don't know what it is that singers do, actually, and it wasn't until I would do like mock lessons with my friends to explain to them why the singing that I do can be physically taxing and is more difficult than it seems. But if we don't do those outreach programs and explain these stories and explain why these stories are still relevant, even the old established canon, people aren't going to want to come see these works. We talked about possibly doing sort of revamps or reinterpretations of some older stories. I talked about an instance where I explained the plot of Le Nozze di Figaro in the context of a reality TV show. A lot of these operatic comedies are just as convoluted and just as messy, but again, people can't get over that hump of it's a foreign language to see that. That's something that an outreach program could fix. You have a talk that's open to the public about the show, about its context, about how it relates to, today's social behavior. And then you have the production. And now people are more open to seeing it. Even if they don't understand word for word, they understand what's going on. And that makes it a lot easier. So just making everything, whether it be old, whether it be new, better understood and more accessible to everyone through educating people about it.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you, Taylor. Also, Ms. Joy-Ann, she talked a lot about the historical legacy of a lot of these culturally relevant works that feature Black stories. Ms. Joy-Ann, would you want to elaborate on that?
I think that Taylor did a great job in representing us, but I was pointing out that that's even some of the operas that people have excluded us from, we are part of the story. So historically bringing that into play bringing that into play and having those talkbacks and giving the history of opera, like what's the real story of it, as well as some of the using some of the operas that are by William Grant Still and various other composers, that the story is related to us, but a lot of folk have not seen it and have not had an opportunity to enjoy it and to see that it's culturally relevant for us. Because once they hear about opera, it's like, oh, I don't want to have anything to do with that, but opera is drama. And so somehow we have to get that message out as well as keep bringing into the forefront the new operas that are being written. Many of us know about The Fire Shut Up in Our Bones and all of those, but there are a lot of them now that are being written specifically for this generation and this age.
I want to put in a shameless plug again for the idea I mentioned about having a historical forum, because at the end of the day, again, this is something that Miss Joy-Ann was talking about, how we talk about the historical legacy of opera and all these different culturally relevant works that feature Black stories that haven't been put on the forefront. That's a lot of the work that Opera Creole is doing to try to create a space for those works. But also, we've been excluded so much from operatic history when Black people of African descent have been involved in the history of opera the entire time. And so it's looking at culturally relevant works isn't just about new composition, even though that's extremely important. It's about looking at these older compositions and bringing them up to the forefront where they didn't have a platform, and also looking at the established canon and exposing the story of where we were included and excluded, so that we can show our communities that, no, this is just as much ours as anybody else's. It's not a new thing for us. We are part of this history, and that investment also can be helpful to get people attracted to coming.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this has been a dynamic set of discussions that I think, like someone had said earlier, long overdue. And it's time that we collaboratively continue this conversation and allow change to happen. It takes time, can't be rushed, but we are one to be, oh, somebody's hand is raised. Ms. Jones had her hands raised. Okay, Ms. Jones.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, when you're doing the outreach and when you're doing the student education and the audience education and trying to help the administrators understand how many different subjects go into opera, the historical context of some of these stories, for instance, Les Nozze di Figaro, the shifting from the monarchy to a democracy, the comparing the government structures to a structure like the United States, not a perfect democracy, but a work in progress with the Constitution. All of those types of things strengthen your argument that this is important work to do, and this is important with regard to all the different things that a student can learn while studying opera.
Oh, well said. Absolutely. I have one comment.
In fact, it can mention, I didn't mean to cut you, Phyllis, but okay. I think it is so important for people to know that someone like a Beethoven, whose works like Fidelio, which dealt with liberty and equality, you know, so much so that Napoleon was quite caught up with Beethoven's works as well. But we need to understand the significance of Beethoven, because Beethoven, one of his parents was Black. They don't talk about this, and you know, this passing of the critical race theory bill in Mississippi, I'm sure they're going to do a good job of not including this, because they talk about him being, you know, a surly, beady-eyed person, and you know, his features are this and that. It's because he was of mixed race. Come on, you know. But really and truly, what they don't want to talk about, because you see, it didn't make sense, and that's why when I talk about travel or doing something musical, it's like everything comes together. When I was in Spain, and I saw how the Moorish castles dotted the landscape, then you realize that the Moors dominated that part of Europe for a long, 300 years. They don't like talking about it though. But now we understand the impact of a Beethoven, because he was an outsider, because he did not look like them, because he was mixed. And this is something that you'd only learn in history if you are a music student and you have done your work. So yes, he wrote an opera. So it's one of us who wrote an opera for us. That's my point. I'm sorry, I was piggybacking on what you're saying, Sakin. I'm sorry.
One of the things that this conversation making me think about is, some of the difficulty in gaining administrative approval is that often when the productions happen, student bodies aren't necessarily attending in the numbers that you would like. I'm wondering if incorporating a conversation with history departments, where the history department gives those students the assignment for that opera to write on, to get a grade, to get credit for, that maybe those students will attend, and you get the opportunity to see how those two departments can work together while expanding the understanding of what opera is. So I think that's a great opportunity, and not just Black studies, but whoever's just teaching history of Europe, to make it an assignment to come and look at this discussion of democracy and that sort of thing.
Speaking of, oh sorry, it came up in our group, this idea of, because there are a lot of operas that, most of our operas that we sing aren't in English. And so, for example, if you want to bring in the art department and say, hey, you've been studying this language, now go to this French opera that's being put on campus and try and do maybe a report on it based on what of the language you could understand. It just occurs to me now, maybe if you have some seniors, maybe who are, French majors or whatever, them go and do diction coaching with the students, and, let's rate how well, they portray the language. Of course, there are going to be some things that are different for singing French than speaking it, but then there are also some things, especially vowel sounds, that are still going to be very relevant, and pretty much the same. And that's another way to get that interdisciplinary thing in and get student butts in seats, because in order to write the paper, you have to go and see the show.
Excellent, excellent. That is awesome. I mean, we have had a great, I see Meg, and I see you all have joined us. How are you? Say hello if you like to. Did you just pop in?
Yes, we pop in this very early morning, and then we have a voice area concert happen at Grambling State University. So, oh, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Meg Tsai, and I'm right now teach at Grambling State University, which is based at Ruston, Louisiana area. And then I'm very happy to join this meeting, and I recognize some of your faces as we meet in last few times, Nats in Louisiana and Mississippi, and then I'm so blessed I can join this big group. And this is my husband.
Good afternoon, I'm Weishu Tsai, and currently I'm teaching voice here at Louisiana Tech. So it's really such a blessing for both of us. We'll be able to have a position in the neighboring schools. So it's our great honor to be here to observe and learn about Black histories and learn about how to produce opera with more diversity, and with how do we get people into the audience and budgeting. This is so important for us as a new faculty here.
Yes, as I teach at HBCU just recently this year, I think I have a lot to learn from you all, because how to manage and then teach opera within the HBCU society or environment. This is the thing I really want to learn from all of you. So very nice to be involved in your family.
Excellent. I'm so glad you all could make it. And this is the first of many more, we hope, of conversations we'll have of this nature. And I think we said Q&A, but we're just kind of carrying over the conversation. But anybody has any pertinent questions that they've had based off of the presentations that the discussion we've had so far, any questions that are pressing that you'd like to get out or statements you'd like to make based off what we've talked about the entire day. So at this time, we'll open up the floor for any catch-up questions or concerns you might have had from the overall scope of the forum.
Well, my question is, are we going to, for the next go around, do another opera or production that collectively we will all present? Because I think that idea is still something that is groundbreaking and needs to happen.
Yes, I think that's an excellent idea. This is going to be a thematic element that we'll keep, I think, from now on. Always having something that connects us as far as a production or a particular composer or what have you, that we'd like to all feel that we're experiencing and help one another learn and gain from the historical background of the work or the composer or the time period. We can always be helpful to one another. And as we talked about the kind of moving chamber ensemble, that would be the same music being performed in different areas across the state, the nation. And that way everyone will have an opportunity to have some kind of input on the production that we might choose. So we want to make sure that you are abreast of what we're doing. And Sakina Davis has done a wonderful job at an exit survey for us that we'd like to make sure that you get that information about filling out the exit survey of the forum to give us your opinion about the forum, and she'll put that in the chat for you all to respond to, and we'll follow up with an email with you to make sure that we are staying in touch with you. And please, if you have any other thoughts and ideas that come up in your mind after this meeting, please send us an email. You can find my email on all the flyers or whatever, or my phone number. Look up Jackson State. Any of us, you can email anyone on the committee. And all of us here are about the same mission, helping our students and our communities get the best experience that we can provide for them as professionals in opera and educators in the academia and so forth. Collectively, we want to make sure that our students are not being left out, are not being, they must be the center of our attention. Our goal is the student. Our goal is moving them forward. If we keep that as a forefront, I think that all of us collectively will make that training ground available to those students. Any more questions or comments anybody might have before we close out? And the forum is in the survey there, if you can get a copy of that and fill that. And thank Opera Creole, Giovanna Joseph, for being here with us. I'm so excited to meet you officially. I read about you and seen your work for so many years, and so I'm happy to finally meet you on Zoom and in this forum. And Pamela Jones, outstanding. Thank you for reaching out to all of us and offering. Now, Meg, you weren't on, but Pamela can you share about the Opera America membership again, Pamela?
Sure. So Opera America would like to invite all of the HBCUs that are not currently members to become members of Opera America and have their first 12 months of membership fees be waived. And that offer is good through June 30th. Once an organization, whether it's an educational organization or a professional opera company with a young artist program, becomes an Opera America member, all of the students or all of the constituents or members under that umbrella organization get to use the benefits. So that includes access to webinars. If someone's in New York and they want a discounted rate for a practice room at the physical facility in New York, there are also other databases on our website that you can access. I'm actually facilitating a repertoire committee for contemporary repertoire. We've had a meeting and we're creating a resource of resources where people can find 21st century arias, because the repertoire requirements for auditions for young artist programs continue to develop, and often they require that. But people will say, I don't know what to sing. Well, we're going to help you in that regard. If you have a moment, everyone who is still on the event, if you can put your name, your school, and your top 3 areas of need in the chat. Just number them 1, 2, 3 after you put your name in your school. I'm just going to create an informal survey for Opera America because the executive director, Mark Skorka, wants me to find out how Opera America can help HBCUs. So I just want to see if there's consistency. Something I've been noticing is that some people say they need opera coaches on campus, that they don't have enough. I see a lot of heads nodding. Okay, so that's one thing I wrote to him about this morning, but just, because there may be things I haven't thought about or that we didn't have a chance to mention today. Your name, your school, and top 3 needs in the chat. I also put something in the chat a little while ago that is an invitation to a free webinar. Don't have to be a member of Opera America. Share this with your students, your colleagues, your friends. It's going to be Tuesday, March 15th from 1 o'clock to 2:30 Eastern time. And you do have to register, but that's quick and easy. Just go on the Opera America website. The link is in the chat from a little while ago. We're going to talk about the barriers that singers of color often have to face to enter the opera field. We're going to talk about ways to give and receive feedback, the changing repertoire, and any updates from the beginning of the pandemic for recommendations for producing at-home videos to submit for auditions, and how to produce them as the singer and the collaborative pianist. But then if you're judging them, what's the best way to listen to them? Do we have any updates with regard to the technology that we recommended on the Opera America website at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020? And I'll put my email address in there again too, if you missed any of that, because I just rambled on for a while. Pamela Jones at operaamerica.org. I would love to hear from all of you with your thoughts and suggestions and concerns.
Excellent, excellent. This has been a very rewarding set of discussions, and we value your opinion, we value your input, and we want to build a collaborative unit that can be sustainable and be rewarding and helpful for everyone involved, not just those of us on the call now, but others who were not able to make it. If we set something up that many of our students can apply for, can attend, be a part of, that's the whole point. We only need a few people to make something available to more people. You see, you got to have that strategic team, that's going to put things together. But then that is where we want to make sure that those of you who really have great ideas about fundraising, about artist development elements, send us your information. Say, I'd like to play a bigger part in this team. I'd like to play a role in this team. I'd like to be a part of the behind the scenes group. Let us know what your strengths are. If you're good at PR, if you're good at anything that will be helpful to get the word out about what we're trying to do. Lend your skills. We'll try to have some subcommittees and auxiliary committees and people who can, because work has to be done. It can't be done by 1 or 2 people. But the conversation has now started, and now we hope to design. We have the other Black Opera Alliance, all these other areas out there. Those are a lot of young artists who are out there. We can assist them by having them come to be part of our I guess artists at some point, or do a master class, give them a chance to do the first role they've ever done for a particular Mozart opera, hire them to come in and do the premiere role or something. These are things that we can talk about, but in the meantime, our existing students need to have the nurturing ground. Start small. What are you doing at Alcorn? What are we doing at JSU? Say, hey, why don't we collaborate? Oh, I have costumes for Mozart operas. I can let you borrow those out or whatever. We have scores for Les Noces de Figaro. You can borrow those. Things like that. Sakina has her hand up.
Thank you. Just one question I had. What is the best message to give to people who weren't able to attend today, but want to be involved with this effort? What is the best thing to tell people, who specifically to contact and what the next steps are?
Are you asking me, Sakina, or the whole group?
I'm asking you, I think.
Okay. So well, you can have them contact me, of course, and I can put my information over here in the chat. Ben and I did coordinate the event, but I did not prepare it alone, of course. I just initiated the idea. But I think that my contact information. I'll put my number here at my office here at Jackson State University, and then my cell number. I hope I don't push enter before I finish. I'm always bad about doing that. 212-528. I'm sorry, I'm so slow. 86, and then my email at jsums.edu. You see that? Not yet, because I haven't pushed enter, right? Okay, there we go. You can contact me for more information.
Hasn't come through.
Okay, I'm still typing, I'm sorry. Thank you, Sakina, for giving me that heads up there. There we go.
Okay.
So, and also throughout the year, if there's something
Dr. Johnson had his hand raised as well.
Okay, Dr. Johnson, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say before we get off that Phyllis, you have done an amazing job from start to finish with this in terms of your conceptualization of it. And even though in the meetings you have said it's not about you, and it's really for us, but the brainchild, you know, we have to give credit where credit is due. And thanks for including me as part of this. And I also want to thank Sakina, because truthfully, Sakina has done an amazing job in terms of being the fiber that connects us all. I'm sorry that Marquita is not here as well, because she has been integral to all of this, and Daryl. But really and truly, I don't think many people understand that while this has come to fruition, there have been so many days where it was really, you know, we have to stick to this, we have to see it through. And so from your thought process to it being here today, I really would like to congratulate you and your team, because it's a job well done. So congrats.
Thank you very much. And the people that we have here, thank you to you all. The iconic visitors we have here, Giovanna Joseph, Pamela Jones, you know, we had Marquita Lister, we had, I'm just lost my thoughts, Richard Hobson. Those are people who have had wonderful careers and are still out there performing and still can be a voice for what we're trying to do. And I think that once we decide what we want to do and the strategic plan is laid out, we will move forward with this. I see the Summer Institute happening. And as I told Byron about this meeting, I said, this meeting is going to happen. And I said, and we're going to have that Summer Institute, because a lot of our students don't get a chance to go to some of the other elite programs. But what about something we can provide? And I also see this happening, becoming a regional thing. You know, we got the HBCU Intercollegiate Opera Festival, but you can have regions. This region can host this year. The next year, this region can host it. Doesn't have to always be here. You see, whoever has the facility to put on major productions can be that host area. That way, that area can also, with their convention and business bureau, that we're bringing in a lot of people here for our state, and our university is going to be hosting this and so forth. And that's a thing that most of us who have students who can travel or cannot travel, but within the southern region, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, you know, these are places they can get to within a few many hours. Okay, so that southern region, that they have NATS, have these different regions. This could also break off into regions eventually, so where you don't have to travel so far to get the experience, but you can have some regional things going on that we come together once every 2 years for a national summer thing. So the regions can always feed into what the national element is going to be doing. Like any other organization, I can see that branching out and happening too, because we can't do it all in one place. You see, and I know with all of these great minds on here, and I know Pamela and Giovanna are very, very busy ladies, but I know that even for just sponsorship or for advisement, excuse me, take over, Sakina, I'm coughing.
Oh, I wasn't quite sure where you were going. Bless you. But again, I think what Dr. Hale was talking about was just how many possibilities there are with what we're starting. And we're all very excited that all of us were able to gather in this space. And we hope that you all stay in contact. I don't know if there are any other announcements that need to be made. Are there any other announcements that need to be made or any questions that need to be answered? I think we're wrapping it.
Not unless someone else, and we had a span up to 2 o'clock. We didn't know how long it would last, but it doesn't have to last that long. But any of the closing remarks, anyone outside of myself might have, any words of wisdom, Pamela, Giovanna.
I'm just so excited. I'm just so excited. Dr. Davis and I, Sakina and I met at a Black Opera Alliance Zoom meeting a few months ago. And I think I had been working at Opera America a week or two at that point, because I started at the end of October. And she mentioned that she was doing the Zarzuela project and that she was teaching at Xavier of Louisiana. And we started to communicate. And I'm just really, really, really excited about the possibilities. So thank you for having me today.
Thank you. Giovanna Joseph, any closing words of wisdom for us?
I'm also glad to be here, and Sakina is such a breath of fresh air in New Orleans and at Xavier, and I think she's going to really put Xavier on the map. We have, been having conversations, and we intend to have a more intensified conversation soon. And she's singing with us this Sunday. We're doing a concert honoring Black women. But I am open to any kind of conversations, any kind of way that I can assist and we can be a part of this. I think it's just so very important. So thank you all so much.
First of all, thank you so much, Ms. Giovanna. And also Taylor White, who's been in the forum with us, pretty much our resident graduate student perspective. So it's been very valuable to have her. She's performing on Sunday with Opera Creole and Mr. Richard Hobson.
Yeah.
I think I know Taylor White. I remember she was a young student here.
You do.
I'm looking at your picture. I said, I know that. I remember you judging you in a competition before.
It was the Omega Sci-Fi Talent competition. Right. Yeah.
Beautiful young singer. Well, welcome, Taylor. I'm so glad to hear. You're in graduate school now? Oh my God.
Yes, ma'am. My last semester, God willing.
That tells how much older I'm getting. My goodness. I remember when she was a very young lady. But Taylor, I'm so happy to see and proud of you. I'm sure your parents are very proud of the beautiful work. And I'm not surprised. She's a very, 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 comes from a very wonderful family of supportive parents in the arts. So I'm not surprised at all. And congratulations, Taylor. I look forward to hearing great things from you as well.
Thank you.
Again, Meg and Washu, we thank you so much for coming in, and we'll keep you updated. I hope to eventually develop a newsletter to keep people abreast of what's going on once we become established. That way, if you're not able to be here, if you have things you're doing, we can put in the newsletter what you're doing, what your school is doing. Let everybody know what's happening. That's I see all these things happening, and before me, but I know it takes time. It takes time. But we can develop a friendship and an organization that we just inform one another of what we're doing. If we can help one another, say, hey, I have some scores for that. Oh, hey, maybe I'll bring some students down to see that. Oh, wow, let's see if we can, we have a person who can do these types of things. Once we collectively share what we say, asset mapping, we call it. What do you have? What do you have? We have this, or we have that. Collectively, we can put this together. So I think this is a beginning of something really great. And I appreciate you taking time of your busy schedules to sit with us and talk with us and find that this is something that's relevant and important for us in the 21st century, because this art form hasn't died in over how many years. It's not going to die, So it hasn't gone anywhere yet. But we have to make sure that our communities understand that there's a place for them in this art form. And I want to close out with one statement I had from an 8-year-old. One outreach program we did in the elementary school and then the middle school system. An 8-year-old came up and we were asking questions about, well, what is it about the singing you heard today that was different? What did you like about it? What did you not like about it? And the little 8-year-old said, you know, I wish I just would have heard it sooner because it sounds very different. It's something I've never heard of. So when I heard it, I didn't think it was something that was normal. 8-year-old said, it didn't sound normal to me. It was something I never heard, but I liked it. It was pretty, but that's something that I never heard before. And I wonder why. You know, so it's not always the subject matter or the setting or the language. Sometimes it's getting used to the ear, getting used to the timbre and quality of the operatic voice at an early stage. And then it's not so far by the time they become high school and college students, it's not something foreign and you know, anybody can comment on that before we close out. Anybody that's had that kind of experience with someone that kind of said the sound itself just doesn't resonate with me because I've never understood that.
One of my friends who is a singer now said that he attended a master class that Miss Price was giving in Jackson, Mississippi. And he said his high school teacher made them all go. And he said that the person who was singing Ride on King Jesus was anglicizing the words too much. And Miss Price decided to just demonstrate what she wanted them to do. And he said, when she opened her mouth, he just sat up. He said, something just hit him. And from that moment on, he wanted to be a singer. He said something, when she opened her mouth, he said, it just hit him. He sat up in his chair. He was in, I think, the 10th grade at the time. And he said, he just sat up in the chair and he said, I want to do that.
Wow.
You never know, you know, and he's doing very well now. So it's possible. We can reach people in very different ways. And that 8-year-old saying that children have a way of saying things that with no filter.
Right.
So you're just getting the purity of their voice. And so, yeah, what that child said to me is so sacrosanct that this is the reason why we need to have these things happening so that they can get exposed to it from an early age.
Right.
Yes.
Across the cultures, even today, many cultures are not being exposed to opera. We can assume that all it's across the board that many are not being associated with the genre and not getting that experience. Pam, I'm sure you can tell some stories about that. So, but again, thank you all for your attendance. I look forward to keeping up with you. We have all of your information. I look forward to keeping you abreast of our next meeting, and our next forum will consist of, hopefully by that time, we've had so many different conversations back and forth between those of you who have been participating and even new people putting their input in, but we'll keep you abreast of what the next steps are. And we hope that you have in your heart to be a part of those next steps, be a part of what's going to move forward, because we can't do it alone. And as long as we keep those students in the forefront and our community in the forefront of what we want to share, what we have to say, I think we'll all continue to drive forward and bring positive, wonderful performances and experiences to our community and our students. On that note, if no one else has anything else to say, we will close out. Thank you so much. Have a beautiful day, a beautiful weekend, and we will certainly be in touch with you. Thank you all.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.